Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. Actually, I'm a bit surprised that so far not many people are watching, but yeah, welcome everyone. Joe is already writing law, and that is basically what we will be doing today. Today, I plan on just talking about Tolkien lore and answer some lore questions here related to this. Also, I hope stuff is working because Google just thought, hey Chris, how about you verify yourself again? Which I did already before, which was strange. But here we are. So I'm not sure if something is messed up, if notifications are messed up or whatever. It's like sometimes YouTube is just annoying. Very annoying. But I hope you people had a fantastic day and that we can maybe discuss some lore today, which is always a good thing. So Joe, I hope you are doing well because I saw your name in chat. So I know at least somebody is here I'm talking to. It's kind of really strange. Like I thought, I think I never had so low viewer numbers on his live stream. So yeah, it's just strange. Oh, awesome! Nice to hear. So I hope you have good questions for today because that will be definitely needed. Let me just see how I handle production today. And I hope the stream is running and that sound is good. That's always also a very big worry of mine. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure if something is wrong. If I said something in the setup is wrong, I have no idea. Like it seems very strange. It seems maybe I did a mistake or so scheduling the stream. But it says it is public, which is correct. It's not members only or anything. Very strange. I have, as a result, no clue what the problem might be. Whatever. Hopefully more people will find the way to the stream. And we have, maybe it's a bit too early for most people that usually watch me. But I thought I'd start a bit earlier today because that is currently fitting a lot better for me compared to when we would start, I don't know, many hours later. Dabionical fan, nice to see you. I think I haven't read your name in quite some time, so nice that you made it and are here as well. So the question is always, what are we going to talk about today? And Mark Schießer is also here. Guten Nachmittag. Guten Nachmittag, Mark. Nice to see you. I have to be careful not switching too much to German pronunciation, else my brain starts getting into confusion. That's not a good state for a live stream, I have to admit. Also, it seems like, and that wonders me actually the most, that there is a update for the program. I usually look to the things here. That's also really strange. Oh, Yvette is here. Nice to see you. I'm not usually awake this early, but I've been having a weird sleep schedule. Yeah, I can tell you also a thing or two about weird sleep schedules, but nice that you could make it and found your way. Also, Theologos, however pronounced, nice to see you. So yeah, currently a lot of technical things are a bit strange today for me. That's, I have to admit. It seems like my Adobe Acrobat updated in a strange way. It looks definitely different than it looked before, which confuses me greatly already. But at least the text of the books is showing up correctly, so it's something. And we have to find something we will talk about today. So yeah, but the stream being this early also has to do with my currently I'm very tired in the evening, which is good, so I go to sleep early. As a result, I plan on not getting or streaming at a time when I'm not too tired yet. So, and I thought maybe start a bit earlier this way, but of course it's very early for a lot of folks in the United States and so on. Actually curious, we have also some viewers from Australia and so on. As I've seen that a stream would be on just about an hour ago. I could swear I set it to 17 o'clock. So we are already 15 minutes or something like that late. Should have set the gives the timer a little bit more room. But whatever. As said, I had some weird technical issues, and I had to verify multiple times. It was a bit strange today with YouTube. I don't know what was going on there. But at least we are there. Currently, I'm not sure when I will be done with the next lore video. It's in a very good state currently. Did a lot of research recently. Let us ask if you ignore the books. What do you think about Rings of Power? Well, there's a lot of episodes actually on this channel covering Rings of Power. I found it a bit, as a book fan, especially the ending, episode 8, kind of broke me the most, I have to say. That kind of destroyed it completely for me, because the creation of the 3 Rings of Power was completely different than it is described in the books. As a result, I don't know. I expected that they would change a lot of stuff, but the Mithril stuff, the Rings of Power creation at the end, was for me personally the worst. The changes to Galadriel, okay, I got it relatively fast that this might be a very different Galadriel than we might expect, but that's a different story. So overall, I thought they made some stuff decent or even good. For example, the Elrond section with the dwarves I liked quite a bit. The rest I found pretty not so good, especially the lore changes. As a book fan, they are sometimes hard to stomach, and that was always a problem. And at the end, the show landed kind of in the middle for me. But I have to admit, a show that you call Rings of Power and then you screw up creating the Rings of Power is, in my opinion, it's not so great, I feel. You're absolutely right, but do you think that they can make it near to Games of Thrones? I don't know if they get that quality. It's really hard to predict. I think they have to step up their game next season a bit and focus on more interesting stuff and actually telling stories. That might be very helpful. Ah, okay. You saw it an hour ago, that stream. You will laugh. Yesterday I was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday. I was at home relatively late, and I visited a theme park here in Germany. And I had a blast. It was a really fantastic day. And when I came home, I was so tired, and I said, okay, just put the schedule for the stream today up in the on YouTube already, so people are notified in time that today is a stream. It was like 9 o'clock in the evening from my perspective, German time. So I thought that they would notify people in time, but it seems like it did not. But at least currently people find out that there is a stream today, which I appreciate a lot. But it seems like people seem to be surprised. But also now I get what you meant. So an hour ago you were notified. That's very unfortunate. Also, we got some interesting questions in this direction we could answer. So usually I avoid a bit talking about Rings of Power because the topic is for a lot of people not that interesting, and people complained a lot about it. But is it true that there are only 24 pages about the Second Age? Well, it's actually a good question, how many pages about the Second Age there are. We could maybe look it up, I would suggest. 24 pages seems to be a bit low. But you have to keep in mind that there's definitely not that much about the Second Age, especially when you not only have rights to the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, and not to the Silmarillion and to Unfinished Tales, where there's like Unfinished Tales has, for example, a huge section about the Second Age. It is, let me just maybe check it here really quick, which I said before, but now that my thing here is completely different than it was before. It kind of confuses me. Where is the... Oh god, you also hate it when people change the layout for programs that you have used like, I don't know, 10 years, and then suddenly it's different and you don't know where to look. So on page 172, is it right? 166, 165, 165, the second age section starts in Unfinished Tales. And this is third age. Let's do some quick math here. And it ends 200. So it has 102 pages about the second age with commentary though, and notes and so on, that cover the second age in Unfinished Tales, which they don't have the rights for though. The Silmarillion has a section called Of the Rings and Power in the Third Age, and this also includes quite a bit of information in the second age. That starts, let me see, where's the page 332? Let me see, when do we leave the the second age stuff here? Under the Son of Sauron, the ruling passed on out of knowledge of the wise. Elendil, Isildur, overwhelmed by orcs. That's already this age. 343, and it starts round about 14 pages. Is this right? Yeah, round about 14 pages, I would say, in the Silmarillion. Lord of the Rings has... Lord of the Rings is very tough to estimate the amount of pages that exist about the second age. It's actually an interesting question, how much content there is. So for the second age, we have, for example, Appendix B. I would suggest Appendix B is relatively short, but it's basically a timetable that gives us a lot of information. And the information in other writings kind of fill the gaps in this. So this is page 1387, it ends. And it starts... It's 10 page... It's 10... Wait, I can't count, right? This is 10 pages? I would have not expected that much, but it's actually 10 pages. So that's 10 pages. And then we have Appendix A, where also we have a lot of information about the ages at times. For example, the Númenórean kings has some information about this, very condensed, and like a lot of like all the information about the Númenórean part. By the way, the Silmarillion, we are not finished. There's also the Akalabes, which is also counted towards the downfall of Númenor. The whole Númenor section is I don't know how many pages that is. 304 to... When does the Akalabes end? We're at 28 pages, something like that. 26 pages additionally, so quite a bit. But there's definitely information, and sometimes they use information from the other stuff, but not officially, if that makes sense. Then there's another book, of course, Peoples of Middle-earth, that also has like huge additional information, and throughout the Lord of the Rings there's also quite a bit of stuff. So maybe if you only have access to the Lord of the Rings and nothing else, I would say maybe it's 24 pages could be right. Maybe it's something between, let's say, 24 and 30 pages that are very condensed often though. So you have like not a whole story, but an outline that is with a very high information density that tries to just get the facts right and so on. If that makes sense. It's an interesting question how much content they actually Tolkien wrote. The second age, I would say, is definitely an age that has a lot of unwritten pages, if that makes sense. There's not that much. The first age has a lot of content to it. And the third age also has a lot of content to it, though, because the Lord of the Rings is mostly about the third age. The second age is kind of in between, and you have to, though, consider that also. Let's say, for example, the second age information we also find in the Council of Elrond. It's not the whole chapter is definitely not about the second age, but we definitely find information about Elendil and so on in this as well. What on earth is going on with this thing here? This is unusable. Chat, okay, now it works. So they're definitely in the chapter, the Council of Elrond, definitely some second age elements in it as well. But it's very difficult to estimate this throughout the whole book, so that makes it kind of difficult. Oh, Yvette writes, I did never really get to watch The Rings of Power. The previews put me off. I mean, you are definitely also a book fan. I know that for a fact. So for like hardcore book fans, it could definitely be tough to watch at times, I would say. Like, especially the ending of it. It has some interesting ideas, and it does some stuff also, in my opinion, pretty decently. But other elements, it's just a mess. That's the biggest problem of it. If you look up the stats, most of the audience stopped watching after the second episode. Most expensive single show season of all time. Yeah, hard to tell what they will do. Chris would write a much better show. I would say I would write a much more correct show, but less or much more closer to the book show. But I'm not sure. Writing a show, I imagine, is very difficult, because especially in the second age, where you have just so much information missing, and then you have the problem of time compression. What do you call it? An anthology or something like this? I would maybe prefer a format like this, where they would make, like, I don't know, there is a cast, and now we show how the rings were made. Then there's a cast, and now we show you what happened on Numenor. But it's a different cast, so that we don't have to deal with these massive time spent, because men would always die in this, because sometimes stuff simply takes 300 years. So you have to definitely do some time compressions, but maybe I would focus more on specific locations. On the other side, it would be interesting to connect, let's say, the events of Numenor to what happens on the mainland and so on, but I think it's interesting. But yeah, as you said, they don't have the rights for Silmarillion Unfinished Tales. That's correct. But even though they don't have the rights, so that's an interesting example I noticed. That's also the reason why I put Gimli into the Lore Questions background image that you currently see. I'm currently working on I call it the Prelude to the Hobbit episode for my Who's Elrond video, the next part 10. It is, and that is currently in the works. As a result, I did some interesting research, and maybe somebody in chat knows it better, because I really tried to find it. But in the Hobbit film, at the beginning, it is explained why Thorin Oakenshield is called Thorin Oakenshield, because he has this branch in his hand. And I noticed that this story is not in the Hobbit or in the Lord of the Rings, but it's in the film. The only source for the story that exists is actually in Peoples of Middle-earth, which I find kind of fascinating. Like, Tolkien wrote this story at some point. Let me see if I can find this. Oakenshield. I have to nur ganze Wörter. Let me see if I find it really quick. Would love to read it to you. But I forgot to note down the page. Or I'm looking in the wrong book, that's also possible. I think it was Peoples of Middle-earth though. Okay, here's the story. Let me just read you the text where this is from. Thorin's shield was cloven in the... We talk about the so-called Battle of Azanul-Bizar, which is... let me just show it you on screen. From the film screenshot, maybe you remember the scene then a bit better. Oh, I'm lucky. I already have a Hobbit screenshot here, so I don't have to change the source for it. Azanul. Let me see. Can't really see it well, but here is from the Hobbit film, the screenshot of the Battle of the Azanul-Bizar, which is on the map in case people wonder where that is. Azanul-Bizar. Oh boy, I have to switch my production around a bit. Good question. Well, there's Moria, there's the East Gate. It must be somewhere here, I think. Yeah, it's Nandosirion. Is the Elvish name, I think, for it. You can't see it because I have to move my production around because it's so hard to see on this little map. But it is here. Also, I read there's another question, chat. We come to this in a moment. Let us just shortly talk about this fascinating detail. It's about here on the map. It's at the East Gate of Moria, of Khazad-dûm. That's the dwarvish name. And this place, this area is called Azanul-Bizar or Dimril Dale, I think is the translation of it. And we have this fight scene in The Hobbit. And there we see, let me see if I also find the Hobbit screenshot for the Oakenshield thing. And Tolkien wrote a text about this particular battle and so on. And we find it in the book Peoples of Middle-earth. It was posthumously published. Let me just see. Oak. No, I didn't make a screenshot of that. Well, we have to imagine there's a scene definitely where he takes an oaken branch and blocks the attacks of his enemy. So let us read this here. Thorin's shield, so his actual shield, was cloven and he cast it away. And hewing with an axe and a branch of an oak tree, he held it in his left hand to ward off strokes of his foes or to wield as a club. Thus he got his name, or also because in memory of... Thus he got his name, or also because in memory of this he bore ever after at his back a shield made of oak wood, without color or device, and vowed to do so until he was hailed again as king. It's kind of interesting that this text is gone. And I think this text here is an early version of the text that we find in Appendix A in The Lord of the Rings. So very fascinating. This we talk about, it's a kind of a spoiler for the next video though, where we talk also quite a bit about the Battle of Azanul-Bizar and so on and so forth. There's also a note 9 behind, and I forgot what note 9 was, but it's kind of interesting. The note 9 that's also put to this might be interesting. The deaths of Frerin and Fundin. Frerin is the brother of Thorin Oakenshield. He has a sister and a brother. Frerin, I think, is a brother. Fundin is the father of Balin, I think, yes. And of Dwalin, of course. But Dwalin wasn't born yet. Balin was born already. He was... I forgot how old he was. But not that old. We would have to look this up. So the deaths of Frerin and Fundin and the retreat to the wood where Thorin cut the oak bow from which he got his name. Return of the King, page 355. Is RK Return of the King? Maybe there's a footnote for it in the book. Had not been mentioned in the draft typescript in the account of the Battle of Azanul-Bizar. The story that Thorin carried an unpainted shield of oak wood disappeared. So this kind of was removed. Please bother to last month. We'll come to your question in a moment. I mean, if they have enough material to make a great show, I think, just to answer this very short, if this was your last question, yes, I think that they have material for a great show. I think you can make it out of Lord of the Rings and potential Hobbit, but Hobbit has basically no Second Age stuff in it. I think you can make a good Second Age show, but you definitely would need a bit more, I don't know, dedication to what Tolkien wrote. Because what Tolkien writes, in a lot of cases, makes a lot of sense. That helps, in my opinion. But you have to make up characters for sure. That is something you can't avoid if you make a show like this. If this was your question. Mark Schieser says, in the Appendix 3, Durin's Folk, there is a note note 43. Or is this, what do you mean with 43? Oh. Do you mean there is a note? There is not 43? Is this the age of the dwarf? I don't know. Mark, you have to help me out a bit. I don't fully understand what you mean. I'm stehe auf dem Schlauch, as we say in German. Footnote number 43. It would be a bit. I think there is no footnote 43. It is a footnote 43 in the Lord of the Rings. Maybe, yeah, I know there is a. Wait, I don't even know how to find the exact thing. Let me scroll through my book really quick. Appendix A. Then we search for Lorien, because that is in the text. There is a footnote for Lorien in this thing. Lorien. That is footnote 1. I have my book open. Is this story also in it? Question is footnote 43. I didn't even know that there were that many footnotes in the thing. Let me see. Footnote 1. Can you tell me the page? If you have the all-in-one version. I have the 50th anniversary thing here as a digital version in front of me. Atzog was the father of Bolg, among whom the children of Thorin, Oakenshield, Frerin, and Dis. Thorin was a youngster, reckoned the dwarf. It was afterwards learned more about the folk, the mountain, stop and hope. Nope, that's probably not the footnote. My footnote numbering is different, I think, than yours. Prison already awakened. There's a page reference. Ah, here, for her shield. No, for her shield armor was broken, Witch King. That is the wrong character. That sounds like Eowyn. Dates given by Gondor. No, that is wrong. Ah, here, I found it. It is said that Thorin's shield was cloven, and he cast it away, and he hewed off his axe as a branch of an oak, and his left hand to ward off the strokes of his foes, also wield his club in a thing. So I overlooked this footnote here. Where's this footnote put? Ah, it is here. I get it now. Okay, it is in the book. Then it was made a footnote. Also, snow warning. Welcome. Your message got deleted because you'll. Where do you? Eh? That is funny. You replied to Astronomad, and Astronomad has a dot in it, and my bot thinks you posted a link. So you can't reply to Astronomad directly. So I'm very sorry for this technical issue here. But usually, as says, you never want that people post weird links in chat. The question is, chat, was this footnote always there, or was it added later? Very interesting. But let me... I know I've lost the footnote again. So let me just read this. His fortune was against... At first, the fortune was against the dwarf, for it was a dark day of winter without sun, and the orc did not waver, and they outnumbered their enemies and had the higher ground. So began the battle of Azanulbizar, or Nandohirion. Oh, I thought it was in other letter. Nandohirion, in the Elvish tongue, at the memory of which the orcs still shudder and the dwarfs weep. The first assault of the vanguard, led by Throin, I pronounce the Old Norse pronunciation here, Thrain, however it's written, but in Old Norse, A and I is not a diphthong, and it seems to be a long A, so it's Throin, was thrown back with loss, and Throin was driven into a wood of great trees, and that then still grew not far from Khaled Zaram. There Frerin, his son, fell, and Fundin, his kinsman, the father of Balin, and many others, and both Throin and Thorin were wounded. Throin lost his eye, I forgot which one, I think the left or the right, it could be the right, I forgot which eye. We have to maybe look into this later again. And Thorin was also wounded there. However, and in this section, in the draft version of this in Unfinished Tales, in Peoples of Middle-earth, there we found the information about that he did vow this, and that he used this oaken thing. And it seems there's also the footnote. Unfortunately, I don't have a published version, original published version of the appendices, because it's very expensive. Because some stuff was changed and added later. It's very interesting to compare the original Lord of the Rings when it was released in the 50s versus the Lord of the Rings we have today. There are definitely some changes. I'm very curious if this was also released like this. But it's basically the same section here that we also find. Like I said, this is the early version. In the early version, this footnote was part of the text itself. That we here's now a footnote. That's very interesting to see. But I have the footnote myself. I just overlooked it. And I just remembered, yeah, they were pushed back into this forest, and there he got this oak branch, and then he was known as Oakenshield. What is so different here in the text is, let us compare both versions of this text here. It is said that Thorin's shield was cloven, and he cast it away and hewed off with his axe a branch of an oak, and held it in his left hand to ward off the strokes of his foes, or to wield as a club. In this way he got his name. So this information is there. The thing that is not there in the text, though, that we only find in the original draft of this chapter here, is the following. So we can read it again. And Thorin and Thorin were driven for refuge in a thicket that grew in the valley not far from Khaled Zaram. So it's the same as before. It's a word a bit differently. Before the great burning, whatever the great burning here in this context is. There Throin's son fell, and Fundin, his cousin, the father of Balin, it's a distant cousin to be precise, and many others, and both son fell, and Fundin, his cousin, and many others. It's weirdly phrased. And both Throin and Thorin were wounded. And now comes the text that is missing in the other version. Thorin's shield was cloven, and he cast it away, and hewing with an axe a branch of an oak tree, he held it in his left hand and ward off the strokes of his foes, or to wield as a club. Thus he got his name, or also because in memory of this he bore ever after at his back a shield made of oak wood without color or device, and vowed to do so until he was hailed again as king. It was terribly read, I'm sorry for that, but sometimes Tolkien's wordings are difficult for a not native speaker to just get right when you are not having prepared these texts too well. So in this context, it is very interesting. In this text, Thorin was also 95. That is interesting because I think that in the published version, Thorin Oakenshield is younger. I think he's 24 or something like that. Yeah, in the published version, he was born 2746. And this battle is 2799, so it's definitely older than this, but it's not 95. Let me just double check battle. I don't want to tell you nonsense here. I think battle is 2799. 2799 minus 2746, so is 53 in this battle. So it seems like Tolkien also had originally another older birth date in mind. It's kind of interesting. I know there's a lot of... Oh, Priscilla TV is here. Nice to see you as well. I know there's a lot of talking in chat, which we might get into a moment. Also, thank you, Mark, for this hint here, because I completely overlooked this footnote. But my footnote numbering is... here in my digital version is basically page-based. So if there are two footnotes on a page in my version, it is footnote 1 and footnote 2. And I click on it and it jumps to the page below the book. And if I click again, I jump back where I was. It's not numbered from 1 to 40 or something like this. So that's why it took me a moment to find. But I also overlooked it when I checked this out. So it's kind of interesting to see this. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I think the reason why Sephir Optional says too young to go to war in typical times. Exactly. That's a very good point. Because I think Doin, the distant cousin of Thorin, Dain, Ironfoot, who was also taking part in this battle. And he is, in this battle, much younger than, or a bit younger than even Thorin. He is born 2767. He is 32 only. And we have some comments from The Hobbit and so on, how young dwarf, for example, Fili and Kili were also quite young for their age and so on. So it's a bit unusual that dwarves this young would go to war. Usually they need to be like, I don't know, much older, like in their 90s, 80s, something like this, if I remember correctly. Maybe somebody in chat knows the exact number. So it's very unusual that dwarves this young would go to war. But this was a very special war. This was more like, okay, every dwarf there is goes to war, and after what the orcs did to Thror, and destroys the orc. It was basically it was like a mission for the whole dwarven folk, kind of. I think that was the exception. It was not like, okay, let's fight over some land or whatever, some rights, whatever dwarf fight was for. But it was about the honor of the whole dwarven race, and that is the reason why I assume also dwarves this young would go into war. Interestingly, Balin is a little bit older than Doin Ironfoot, so Balin. I'm not sure if Balin was in this fight if it was there as well. It might be a reference for this. I could imagine, because why not? But maybe in chat somebody knows this. Balin's just 4 years older, so he was 36. I'm not sure if he was there in the battle. I can't remember if there was a reference to Balin somewhere. Oh, interesting. Tolkien Gateway says he was present, but his role is unknown. In a note considered for inclusion, Appendix A, published in Peoples of Middle-earth, Tolkien states that the dwarves reached fighting age around 30. Balin was 30, and Balin was 30 at the start, and 36 at the end of the war. So conceivably, he did participate as a warrior, but he's not mentioned explicitly here. Very interesting. Astronomer, a very interesting question we might discuss in a moment. Okay, so this kind of concludes my little Azanul Bizarre section here. Yeah, in the movies, Balin is older than Thorin. In the books, in the Hobbit books or in the Hobbit book and in general, Balin is, I think, the second oldest dwarf in the group. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think he's the second oldest, but he's not older than Thorin. Thorin is like 20 years something older than, almost 20 years older than Balin. When, for example, when Balin is one of the few dwarves who was actually born when Erebor was lost and sacked by Smaug. Balin was 7 at this time, I think, and Thorin was 20 something, 24. Yeah, he's 24. I think they are 18 years apart or something like that. Yeah, by far the oldest, definitely. Yeah, Balin, I really loved Balin in the films though. So I kind of like what they did with his character, and even making him a bit older. That was definitely a change that Peter Jackson made. Yeah, Peter Jackson maybe leaned, also welcome Noah, nice to see you. Peter Jackson have leaned into Tolkien's description of Balin in The Hobbit, a very old-looking dwarf. Yeah, I mean, if you are over 100 years old, like Thorin was, how old was Thorin when he died? Spoiler. Thorin was 195 at this time, and Balin was just 18 years younger. So Balin was 190. I don't know, can't do math in my head. 77 or something like that. So if one is 195 and the other is 177, I think the age difference becomes a lot less present. Let's put it that way. And said, yeah, and set dwarf beards on those long beards. Yeah, the beards is definitely a debatable topic, I think. But I assume the reasoning behind this, they made the beards so different from each dwarf, so it's easier to differentiate them for the viewer. I think it's a purely visual communication decision there. I always liked how Balin visited the Shire with Gandalf at the end of The Hobbit. Yeah. Yeah, Balin was, as you say, 100. Oh, Balin, 195. Yeah. Thorin was 195 when he died. And when we have to do, I don't want to do the math. But let's say Balin, let's calculate how old Balin is when at the time of The Hobbit. So he was born 2763. Need my calculator here. 179 is Balin at this time, and plus 18, 79. I'm a few years off. I don't know. It doesn't matter too much. On the fly math, not my strength. Oh, that's why I messed up. 178. Not 77. That was my mistake. But yeah, it's interesting. And Balin, interestingly, lived very, very long. He died at the age 231. So he definitely outlived Thorin by quite some time. It's kind of impressive. Oh, and Trixibel's also here. That's also a very good question. But yeah, we have a lot of other questions. Also to people, as always in chat, we might discuss one question for quite some time. That is always how stuff here is working. Also hope everybody is doing well. So yeah, this was my little section about this. It's good that we discussed the footnote. So I can modify my video a little bit. I want to look into this as well. But yeah, it's very interesting that Tolkien, or I assume Tolkien, removed this section about Thorin basically taking a vow to use his oaken branch as long as he's not king. Potentially due to space reasons. I think he had a limit to how much text there could be in the appendices, and at the end he had to cut out a lot of text. That's why the appendix sections in the drafts and early versions of it are much longer in Peoples of Middle-earth. It's very interesting, but it's also a lot of fun checking those out and see what additional information that could have made it into the Lord of the Rings. It's always a fascinating little thing here. Also, Priscilla is currently traveling. That's nice, and she's flying back to Berlin today, though. Okay, then have a nice rest of your journey and a good flight back to your home. Oh, yeah, you say you are flying. Why skin changes then like okay, a lot of questions. Let me just scroll up a little bit. So we have two questions. I wouldn't say asked, but we discussed at the beginning a bit the Rings of Power show, which I usually don't want to discuss too much because it kind of triggers people, if that makes sense. Let me see. Then we talked about it. Agros RB says, I still don't really know all that much about the unpublished parts of Tolkien's writings. Do you think there's any lore that Tolkien considered canon and wrote down, but has never come to light? This kind of ties to what we I just said, so it's kind of fitting here. I think if like the published, like in Lord of the Rings book, we have the appendices. And is basically a written down history lesson, what happened to a lot of topics, the dwarves, the people of Rohan, the people of Gondor, and so on. Like a lot of their tales and stories, we get quite of decent information there. And there is like much later, I'm not even sure when it was released, 1949 or something, or 96, I mean. Let me just see. People of Middle-earth, that is. There is a longer version, or the original, 1996 is People of Middle-earth. There's a longer version of this. And I could imagine that Tolkien kind of considered that canon, in a way, but he had to cut out stuff quite a bit, simply because Tolkien did not have, I assume, the space to write everything down. That's often the case. So I would assume that maybe some of these elements you could consider kind of canon. or he would have liked to add this. This also when, for example, we come to unfinished tales, also a lot of writing that did not make it into the books, but there's a whole essay about the Istari, about the wizards. And if I remember correctly, this was at some point also meant to be added to the appendices. I think it was not enough space. There's also an essay called the Palantir or Palantiri. I think it's plural. Let me just double check because I currently don't know. Istari, yeah, the Palantiri. I'm not sure if it was also meant for Appendix A or not. But yeah, I could definitely see that Tolkien wrote a lot of the stuff, but at the end couldn't make it into it. I think kind of an idea was also that Tolkien had the fear that he would never be able to publish the Silmarillion, which he also wrote, and it is referenced so much in Lord of the Rings, and some details of it are also hinted at or explained in Lord of the Rings, but he could never publish information of that. So in his head, this whole Silmarillion world, in some form, and whichever it's really hard to tell because Tolkien changed this world so much in the background over time, was also kind of canon, because that is the world, like the First Age events that we can read about in the Silmarillion, though there are different versions of it, were also a base definitely for Lord of the Rings. Like we find the hint of Beren and Luthien in Lord of the Rings, so that's a very old story in this. We find the mention of Finrod in the Lord of the Rings. We find the War of Wrath references in the Lord of the Rings and so on. So the Silmarillion is. We also find the whole Akalabes, the downfall of Numenor in the Lord of the Rings, which is it's not fully part of it, but it's definitely hinted and mentioned and explained there. So these parts must be kind of canon. The question is, which version of it is the canon one? This is a difficult thing, but that these events happened inside Tolkien's world from the perspective of Lord of the Rings is definitely the case, but we often can't say exactly which text is the canon one, especially the Second Age in some areas, like the war between Sauron and the elves, and surrounding the creation of the Rings of Power, including the One Ring. That is a huge, like, how you call it? Like, there's so many different versions. It's very confusing. It's almost impossible to form a consistent thing out of it, a consistent narrative out of it. You have to make like a lot of sacrifices of like you have to piece these texts together, even though they contradict each other in some shape or form. It's very complicated. I find it very interesting how the recently, at the beginning of this year, or at the ending of last year, released book, The Fall of Numenor, handled it. Like, that kind of tried to tell the narrative of the Second Age in a form, but it's, of course, almost impossible to do so. So from this perspective, it's very, very interesting, though, to see how this looked like. I think Brian Sibley did a very good job at this, and he tries to also explain the details and problems with this. But at the end, he wants to tell a narrative, how it kind of went, and for this he has to make some people unhappy that liked maybe the other version of the text more, but it's very interesting how he tried to structure this. But yeah, I hope this kind of answers your question. Astronomid has very spicy questions. Does Tolkien consider dark-skinned humans or other creatures evil? Was race theory a thing in his writing? No, I don't really think so. There's an interesting section in Lord of the Rings. I have to find. It's also in the extended version of the movies. Interestingly, just a little bit differently. And there's a section where he, I won't find this section. There is Sam. Maybe I can find the screenshot so you know which scene I'm talking about. Though there's a section where Sam and Frodo see how the Rangers of Ithilien ambush the Haradrim, who are allied with Sauron, and then a battle broke out, and one climbed up a tree. In the film, he was shot, I think, of an oliphant and fell down in front of the feet of somebody. In the book, it's a bit different. In the book, he falls off a tree. He's shot down with an arrow or something, falls down and lands in front of Sam's feet, basically. And then Sam in the book kind of has a little monologue about if he's really evil. In the film, he is shot down from the elephant and lands in front of Faramir, and Faramir finds, or his men find, Frodo and Sam, and then Faramir has the same monologue and asks this question. Maybe I can find. I probably don't have a screenshot of that though. Let me just see. Well, I only have that one, and I think I messed up the. It's from the. I'm not even sure which film that is. Is this a second film, chat? I think it is a second film. But it could also be the third. I was confused how these are put together in. When I haven't seen them in some time. Yeah, exactly. When Sam sees the oliphant, homebody. Also, welcome. Nice to see you. Oakenshield is just a restaurant. Oh, we talked about the Oakenshield stuff. Just as a thing, the idea of Oakenshield is like all the dwarven names are. I hate jumping so much back and forth, but Snow Warning makes an interesting point here. Oakenshield, interestingly, in Old Norse is, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but I think it's Akenskjaldi. And Akenskjaldi is also in the same section where all the dwarf names from the are taken from in the Poetic Edda. So Tolkien knew the Poetic Edda, of course, as a language expert for Germanic languages. And he took, for the dwarf names in The Hobbit, all the names you find there are derived from the names listed in the Dwergatal, or as it's pronounced. And there, like Thorin is in it, even Gandalf or Gandalfr is in it, Throin is in it, Doin is in it, Fili Kili, Bifor, Bofor, Bombor, and so on. All the names are in there. And same with interest, though not in the context of Thorin. Thorin is also in the text, but there's also the name Akenskjaldi, which translates to Oakenshield. It's a bit difficult to make this out of my head without having the text in front of me, so excuse my wrong pronunciation here. Would have to read the action name. Yeah, let's be nice and say Tolkien was inspired. That's true. But yeah, let's go back to the thing here. I would love to read you the section in the book, but so somebody in chat knows out of his head the section I'm talking about. Let me just see. I think I know how to find it. I think I have it. It's in the section. I think it must be in the chapter. Maybe I'm wrong though. Is this of herbs and stewed rabbit? I think it must be in this chapter. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for really fast. No. It must be somewhere in this realm. Maybe somebody in chat knows the exact thing here. Yeah, Pumpkin Rick. That is there's also a story to this. Oh yeah, Balin could not be in the text, right? That is also a good note. That's actually a good point. Balin, I think, is the only name that is not from this. Page 661 to 602. Let me just get my book out. Because the page numbers in my digital version are different from the book. But let me see, 661. I hope my thing here is the same. 661. Let me just see if I find it. Must be somewhere here, yeah. The enemy, his sense of duty was no less than yours, I deem. You wonder what his name is, where he came from. Yeah, exactly. This is the section I'm talking about. Yeah, that's a quote. Nice. Shoutouts to Trixie Bell here for finding it. I'm also sometimes good at finding the sections, but sometimes I'm also terrible at it. Especially doing this live is always kind of difficult. Now I only have to find it in my thing here. It's I think the film quote, right? Yeah, that is true. Tolkien also wrote in a letter. Now we have too many topics at the same. This is from the movies, yeah. But this is exactly a bit different, but kind of like this. We also find a little section in the book where Sam is also like this is what Faramir says in the book, what Fifi Trixibel just posted, and this kind of yeah, it is inspired by this. And this kind of shows that Tolkien did not want to say that these people are kind of bad. It just was more in the direction that they are also on their duty away from home and potentially hope to return there one day by whatever riches they were promised by whatever power, if that makes sense. But yeah, so that is definitely a little interesting section. But too difficult too stupid to find it right now. But yeah, another example, like I said, Tolkien wrote in a letter. The Tolkien, like the Nazis back in the time from Germany, noted that Tolkien was like a famous writer, and let me just see if I find this, because somebody quoted it's easier to find than this. It's potentially maybe even a better example. And they kind of thought, hey, this Tolkien guy, maybe we can use him for our ideology as like a German name, and so on. So so he sent it to Germany. It's clear that Tolkien in the letter refused to make a declaration of Irish origin. So something like this. And Tolkien basically wrote, "Thank you for the letter. I regret that I'm not clear as to what you intend to be Irish. I am of not of Aryan extraction. That is Indo-Iranian, as far as I'm aware. None of my ancestors spoke Hindustani, Persian, Gypsy, or any related dialects." So Tolkien, as a very smart man, hints at that the idea what this Aryan nonsense means is original, the Indo-Iranian stuff and so on. But if I'm not to understand that you are inquiring whether I'm of Jewish origin, I can only reply that I regret that I appear to have no ancestors of that gifted people. So it's a very cool letter. It's letter 30 from Tolkien, and it's interesting. Tolkien basically says the Nazis, go F yourself, to say it politely, or themselves, whatever the correct pronoun here is. There's also, like I said, the dwarf. I forgot where the dwarf is. It's also in the letters somewhere, where Tolkien talks about how I don't know. I think the language of the dwarves and so on is kind of inspired by the Hebrew thing, you know. I can't remember how he phrased it. Will be very difficult to find though. Searching for dwarfs in the letters won't help me. Mark. I can't find it. I think it was one of the letters, but not that important though. It's of course still a racist trope. I'm not sure. The problem is, before we talk about this particular trope, we would need to see what Tolkien actually said, and that is currently very difficult for me with to remember how it was, how Tolkien phrased it. It's also taking us into realms I usually don't want to discuss, because it draws in sometimes weird people. I don't know how they find these videos where you talk about stuff like this, but they do. Then I get weird comments all the time and I have to deal with those. Let me just see if I find it. Inspiration, here. The Dwarvish language sounds much like Hebrew, and indeed Tolkien noted some similarities between dwarves and Jews. That is, let me just see if we can find the exact text. It's in letter 176. 176. Let me see if we can find. From a letter to Naomi Mitchison, 8 December 1955. I think poorly of the broadcast adaptations. Except for a few details, I think they are not well done. Even granted the script and the legitimacy of the enterprise, which I do not grant. But they took some trouble with the names. I thought that the dwarf, Glóin, not Gimli, but I suppose Gimli will look like his father. Apparently someone's idea of a German was not too bad, if a bit exaggerated. I do think of the dwarves like Jews, at once native and alien in their habitations, speaking the languages of the country, but with an accent due to their own private tongue. I have now got a pestilent decorate thesis to explore when I would rather be doing something less useful. I'm sorry about my childish amusement with arithmetic, but there it is. The Numerian calendar was just a bit better than the Gregorian, the latter being on average 26 seconds fast. And so, okay, this doesn't relate to this. So this is basically what Tolkien said. So let's read this again. Do think of dwarf like Jews, at once native and alien in their habitation, speaking the languages of the country, but with an accent due to their own private tongue. That's basically what Tolkien said here. I'm not sure if Tolkien had anything more, but I think the comparison that, but what Tolkien says here, like, he explains it further, that of course people are, the Jewish folk is often, pushed out of countries due to anti-Semitism and so on. We all know these terrible stories, especially here in Germany. How many people had to leave this country in the around the, and even before the Second World War and so on. I think I don't have to lecture anybody in chat about this or tell too much. I think I can't even. So we just know how terrible these times were. So I think that's kind of what Tolkien means here, that they were like people for terrible reasons and crimes driven out of their places where they lived and away and so on. And as a result, he makes a comment about their language perception, their accent and so on. Accent due to their own private tongue, as Tolkien puts it here. Some people now interpret into this, I think of the dwarves like Jews, full stop, nothing to add there. And we know because the dwarves have the rings and there's some anti-Jewish stereotypes, as you said. And this, in my opinion, puts this particular quote a bit out of context. It's also kind of how I remembered it. I had in mind that this particular quote that's often put into this discussion of stereotypes about Jews is often taken a little bit out of it, and Tolkien spoke wholly about what you like a language context, because he loved languages, as it turns out. So it's an interesting topic, that is true. Nobody's bashing Tolkien. I know it's just always for me difficult to first of all be to phrase it in a way that is that fits the topic without being disrespectful, and also finding the stuff on the fly. Sometimes this is kind of difficult, especially if you as a YouTube person, I don't know, talk about stuff like this, and you always have especially as a German, you fear that what you say is kind of driven out of context or so, and that's puts always like a little sweat on me on my head. That's a word. But yeah. It's a sensitive topic, exactly, but that makes it only more important to discuss. I respect that Chris doesn't like to make videos about it because comments attract, of course. Yeah, it's kind of sad that we're under time, but I'm still a bit burnt out from the whole terrible, sometimes discussion culture that I had to observe during the Rings of Power discussion, let's put it that way. So there is definitely criticism and there's things to criticize about, for example, Rings of Power. It's often difficult to discuss this. It's difficult to like. This is culture war, I would almost call it. Like, people put in topics that don't belong into pure criticism of the medium. You can like it or not like it. You can find reasons to like it or not. But some people then go the extra step and add ideology. I can't say the word. Ideology to it, and then sometimes spread their hot takes on certain political topics. And this derails the discussion of, okay, this was done bad because they didn't, for example, consider this contradicts Tolkien, but Tolkien wrote it like this because this leads to this, that leads to that, and this makes more sense inside the story. But then people just, go abroad and have their ideology discussion, if that makes sense. C is always right. Yeah, for example, there's a stupid line that does not belong into this. You can criticize this without having much ideology going on, you know what I mean? And especially for me, I'm not too interested to get much drama out of this, or I don't want to connect this to our daily lives, political views and so on, or that some people might have or stand for something. I try to be as neutral as possible, and that makes it so incredibly difficult. I'm kind of burned out on this discussion because I had it a million times during that time, and I always feel like this. So, but it's an interesting topic, and I think it should be talked more about. But it takes often a lot of energy by the people talking about when people, for example, come in with a certain agenda or ideology behind it. Just they want to put it in a certain direction. When people want to say no, Tolkien was racist, other people say no, he was not racist. And then we suddenly leave the discussion of facts and Tolkien and expressing different opinions and get into a discussion, my politics are better than yours, and vice versa or so. That often has this side effect. I always defend Tolkien against anyone who suggests he was racist or misogynistic. Yeah, for sure. I also try, because I believe he was definitely not a racist, and for somebody who was born 1892, he seems very progressive in many views and very Godwin's law, exactly. Very progressive and very modern, I would almost say, and very liberal, if that's the right word for it. Like, I feel like he was not that political in many ways, but he definitely knew where to draw the line, if that makes sense. If we have seen with this letter to Nazi Germany. Yeah, he was definitely more a religious person, and even that he tried to not to become too focused in his writings. But yeah, Trixie Bell rightfully says we should talk about Dior for a moment, which is an interesting next question, I think. You're absolutely correct, Chris. Yeah, I think I am in this case, because that is a more reasonable, is the word I was looking for, approach to this. But I'm happy that people say to agree here. Yeah, he was a very, very open-minded Catholic. That's a good way to say him, especially for his age. Like, if you watch that material and stuff from the just the early like the 1910s, the 1905, like 1900 to 1920 or something like this early time, like people were kind of different in their thought there, and Tolkien was very open-minded in this. This channel is my favorite book club. Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, that is true, Snow Warning, and others have said it as well. Dior's story could have become a little bit bigger and more great, but that's definitely a thing. So let's talk briefly about Dior. So let me scroll up to Trixie Bell's original question. She had to suffer through all of this, I know. I also need to find this Sam quote after the stream. I need to reread the chapter there. Also, if people already posted a question, feel free to repost it at some point again. Okay, so Fifi Trixibel wrote, "Hello Chris, I have a question. What was Dior? Was he ever given a choice technically with both parents? Both parents were human. Technically, that is right. That is like Dior is like such an unusual edge case. Very difficult to put him anywhere, I always feel. Let me just see if I can bring this question on stream. I usually try to do this. Sometimes I forget though. On the nose of Gimli here. So here's the question again. So for people who are not too familiar with the ancestors of Dior, Dior was a son of Beren and Luthien. Beren and Luthien. Beren was not originally. Beren was of the house of Beor, so he was of men, and Luthien was the daughter of Melian and Thingol, or Elwe, as he was called before. We also have beautiful artwork. One of my favorite artworks of Kimberly 80, of course, the one and only. With both of them, I always kind of like it. I don't know why. For me, I'm a huge fan of this artwork. And yeah, they were the first elf men couple in history. Luthien was considered an elf, though she is half Maya, half elf to be precise. How this half Maya part comes into this is definitely difficult to tell. Maya are basically spirit beings, and there's the Ainur are spirit beings, there are Valar that are spirit beings of higher rank, and Maiar that are spirit beings of lower rank. Gandalf, Saruman, the Balrog, Sauron, Radagast, the two blue wizards, however they are called, Palando, Alatar, or Romestamo and Morinechtar, and so on. Those are all Maiar, and yeah, the mother of Melian, the mother of Luthien, Melian, was also a Maiar like Gandalf. With the difference, she didn't took the form of a mortal though, but it's a complicated topic. We won't go too much into this. Why Melian is considered an elf though? Why Luthien is considered an elf though is she's not a spirit being. She needs her body to be complete. That's at least my interpretation. Like, she can't be... if she dies, she comes to the halls of Mandos and so on. So her in-universe behavior when it comes to life and death seems to be that of an elf, not that of a Maya. So I would say she is an elf. The unique property, the unique property of a Maya is not observable in her story. when it comes to Luthien. So she's an elf. And they were the first elf couple, and they had a son later on. However, Melian and Beren both died, and they got a second chance to it's a very epic and one of the coolest stories Tolkien wrote, in my opinion. I just give you the very, very short version here. So both died due to reasons, and then the Valar, especially Mandos and so on, were moved by their story, and especially the singing of Luthien. She was very good at singing, it seems, and her voice and what she said was very powerful, and it moved the Valar, and so they allowed her and Beren to live again, but a mortal life. So in a way, Melian after that became mortal. What this means exactly is very difficult to tell, though, because this is like an insanely difficult special case that Tolkien doesn't explain in too much detail. So we have to kind of also dancing. Thank you, homebody. Maya. Yeah, Snow Warning already makes very good points here. So, in this mortal time, they had a child. The question now is, this child was Dior. The question is, what was Dior then? Was he half-elven, for example? Was he, I don't know, an elf? Was he considered man? And this is very difficult to tell. Like, insanely difficult to tell. The problem, the term half-elven we only know from Elrond, actually, and his brother Elros. And this was the first time where this concept in the story, how we know it, appears. There's, of course, let's not go into Book of Lost Tales territory. I'm not too sure what was going on there. But in this context, though, the half-elven term, and that was the first time that they had to decide, was Elrond and Elros and their parents, who both also were half-elven, who also went to the west continent Aman, where these high angels, let's call them, live, the Valar and also the Maya usually. And in this realm, like the parents of Elrond and Elros are of course Elwing, who is the the daughter of Dior, and the other was Eärendil, who is also half-elven, the son of Tuor and Idril. So yeah, let's not go too much into the family tree. They were both definitely half-elven, though the question is, why were they considered half-elven? Because let's say Dior would be considered an elf, then his wife was Nimrodel, I think. Not Nimrod, Nimlos. Now I confuse the names. Chat. My name game is not on here. Nimlos of Dorias was a wife of Dior. She was 100% an elf. And they married. So technically, if you would argue Dior is considered elf too, then their child can't be half-elven. This, I think, is the biggest indicator that Dior was actually mortal and not an elf. Though technically, he was also kind of half-elven because his mother was in origin an elf, but at the time of his birth, as also the question of Fifi suggests, Fifi Trixibel suggests, she was not an elf anymore. She was also considered mortal. So, in this context, I would also make the argument that he potentially was also considered mortal. But it's very difficult because he did not live long enough for us to find out. Like Dior lived. I'm not sure how old. Does somebody in chat know exactly? Yeah. It is written. He's 36. He only lived 36 years. Then he was slain by the sons of Feanor, though he also killed at least one son and 2 others died in the sack of Doriath, so in the second kinslaying. But you see, it's a very, very exceptional, unusual case. It could also, like, what we also know is he's only 36, so for an elf, as somebody as Snow Warning already made here in chat, is that it's very unusual for elves to have children this early. Like, they have to be like 1,000 plus years old to have children usually. It's insanely young if you would be considered elvish. The exception we have for this is of course the half-elven. For example, Elwing. Let us see when Elwing was born. Elwing was born first. Oh god, I don't want to get to this discussion again. But in the Years of the Sun 503 or First Age, or the Years of the Sun part of the First Age 503. However you phrase it, for the sake of simplicity, we say Years of the Sun 503. So everybody is happy with date conversion nonsense. So she was born at this time. Her first son, Elrond, I assume Elrond is the firstborn. Let's pretend he was. I think he was. Is born 500 Years of the Sun 532. So Elwing, at the time of Elrond's birth, now I closed the window because I'm an idiot, was 29, right? I know Chris is not good at math, but it should be 29. So she's very young. Elwing, though, is considered half-elven. What we must consider, or out of this conclusion, though dates here are also a complicated topic, there are different versions where the dates might be a bit different and so on, but he was very young. So it seems half-elven are able to get children very, very early in life. Almost like humans. But then, when they would decide to be elf, live until the end of the world. If they decide to be mortal, they potentially live longer than normal mortals, which we usually observe. Especially like Elros was like 500, lived 500 years or something like this. He was very old. I can't even tell how old he was. Yeah, exactly 500 years. It's unusual. However, in case of Elros, his life got restored to what the life of the original man once was. It's a complicated topic. Don't want to dive too deep into this. However, we can come to the conclusion. Let me just see how old Elros was when... Oh god, that's complicated to calculate. Second age, his first son, the first son of Elros was Vardamir Nolimon. And Vardamir was born second age 61. So Elros was already 70, 68. 68 plus 61. 129, something like that. So he was relatively old when he was born. It's definitely a difference if we compare this to the age of Elros' mother, Elwing, with 29 and giving birth. Elrond and Elros in one version are twins, so they were born at the same time. Usually we think of Elrond and Elros that both are born in the same year, the same day, because they are twins. But it's as you see, a bit complicated. However, Elwing, at the time she was born, the term half-elven, as we know it, didn't exist. This term only came to be when Elwing and her husband Eärendil went to Aman, and then the Valar, the high angels, judged them and said, you have to decide to be mortal or elf. But you are both, kind of, so you are half-elven. One could even argue that the context or the concept of half-elven is just for their particular family line. Of course, Dior is also part of this family line of Eärendil and Elwing, because Dior was the father of Elwing. So it is at this point almost impossible to say what was going on with Dior especially, because in a way he could be a half-elven before there were any half-elven, though I personally think that he was mortal, because his parents were mortal when he was born, and both accepted the gift of men, so he inherited this gift. It's unusual then that he marries, though, an elf maiden. On the other side, it kind of, I guess, makes sense in a way, because after, like he became the next, like Dior became the king, because he was the official heir of Thingol. So when Thingol was killed by the dwarves in this incident, I know this is a complicated topic because there are also different versions of this, but at some point Thingol dies due to an incident, and then the next king of Doriath is Dior, because he is the son of Thingol's only daughter. And as a result, it becomes very difficult to say. So we could argue it makes sense that he marries an elf maid as a king of an elven realm, but it would be completely possible that he is mortal. So what happens if he would be mortal then? He could, let's say he gets very old. Let's say he also lives 500 years. Let's say Doriath and the Beleriand story would have just went on. Then he has also three children. He has Elored, Elorin, and his oldest child is Elwing, I think. Elored and Elorin are twins. If he's considered mortal, Nimlos is an elf, Elored and Elorin are also half-elven, same as Elwing. So they at least have, in theory, then, after the judgment of the Valar, the chance to also become elves and continue the elvish reign of Doriath, whatever. But as you can see, it's a very, very complicated topic. Can Saruman's Urukai choose if they are orcs or men? That's a spicy question. Also, welcome, Shmuel Schreiber. Nice to see you here. Yeah. It's complicated, I would say. I would definitely argue more, like previously, especially if you look older videos from me, I also maybe said he was half-elven or so. But currently I lean also a bit more that he was mortal, and he became like the mortal king of Doriath, and then it was maybe hoped that his children might become immortal again, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. Or they just didn't care because he was simply the heir to the throne after the death of Thingol. And of course the death of Luthien. Luthien did not decide to become queen of Doriath in any shape or form. I mean, she also died, so that makes it more complicated. And when they lived their mortal life to the end, they also lived isolated and not in Doriath and outside. And they were kind of not meant to take part in the events of the world. They were like a special case outside. It's just it's a very interesting, but at the same time insanely complicated special edge case story here. Very difficult to put this here in. Mostly, I mean, the case of Beren is clear. He is man and he is mortal and dies. He comes back as a mortal and lives one more life, dies again. So he is part of men. Luthien is difficult because of her being Maya, half Maya, half elf to begin with. Then she becomes mortal, lives a mortal life, dies. What is then with her? But she has like a kind of a special deal with the Valar for this to kind of work. So it's really difficult to tell what was going on with her. I don't know. It's a very mythologic and unusual case, and that is why I think to give a definitive answer to this question is impossible without asking, I guess, Tolkien, and unfortunately we can't do that anymore. So we have to speculate. Maybe Tolkien would also say something like, this is like mythology and there is no real answer to this. Definitely a possibility to this. But it's interesting to discuss. I'm not sure what chat is thinking about this particular question here. But we had some interesting comparison. Yeah, Mark Shiza, for example, agrees. As I understand, the half-elven thing only applies to Eärendil and his descendants. That is why the princes of Dol Amroth were never considered half-elven. Yeah, that's, I think, the strongest argument in this direction, which I agree with Mark here completely. There is, I don't know where it's written, there's even the mention that this choice of half-elven and being elven or half-elven is only given a few times as well. So the children of Elrond and Elros have this choice, but I think their children don't have this choice anymore. So in let me just see what the wiki says here. Other versions of the Legendarium. I think, yeah, it's in Nature of Middle-earth, something like that. So the son of Elros is a special case, or already an interesting case here. So Vardamir, as his name is, was the second king of Númenor. And here, I think in Nature of Middle-earth, we have, it is said, either slow maturity of the half-elven or the choice of kindred extended to the second generation, suggesting that Vardamir, like Arwen, was among half-elven. In the same text, Vardamir was said to have lived to be 391, apparently being 91 years older than the usual Númenorian, age 300. So that is what the section here on Tolkien Gateway says about this. Can maybe look into this particular text. The Aging of Elves is the chapter in Nature of Middle-earth, and we can look into this for a brief moment. Don't want to, because some of these chapters are quite intimidating. Not even sure. Yeah, here it is. How many pages in? Maybe 3 pages in or so. Tolkien even mentions him, interestingly. That's interesting. So Tolkien discusses in this section how old the elves are. There's a huge discussion about ages and how to calculate some factors to make it kind of consistent in his story, and he adjusts, I think, later even the elf of the age of Arwen at some point. The only way of making Arwen younger at their meeting is this. The half-elven lived at the human rate. Eärendil was only 39 when he came to Valinor. He was not allowed to return to Middle-earth, but he obtained the grace from Eru via Manwë that his children, being half-elven on both sides, descendants of Idril and of Luthien, should have a choice of which kindred they would belong to, or should A have a choice of which kindred they would belong to, and B should in each kind have a long and fair youth, should only slowly reach maturity, and that this should extend to the second generation, thus Elrond, Arwen, and Elros, Vardamir. So in this little text here, and there's also a footnote here, a comment by, I think, Mr. Hostetter, as written in this passage, reach, and this should extend to, oh no, it's just what Tolkien wrote in a different section here. Extend to the second one, does Elrond, Arwen. Tolkien has this differently. As first written it was, and that this should extend to the third generation, thus Elrond, Arwen, Eldarion, and Elros, Vardamir, Tar Amandil. That was a son of Vardamir, I assume. That's interesting here. So this text that Tolkien wrote there in Nature of, it was published in Nature of Middle-earth. Tolkien kind of thinks this through and kind of hints at that in his mind, Elrond is the first generation after Eärendil and Elwing. Second generation would be Arwen. And he thought about either 3 generations or 2 generations. So it would be Elrond and Arwen for 2 generations, or Elrond, Arwen, Eldarion. They have a choice. In Elros' case, then Elros first generation, Vardamir's second generation, he had a choice as well and potentially choose to be counted towards men. And if it would be for 3 generations, even for his son, Tar Amandil. So very interesting stuff here. This is great nerdy discussion. It is a great nerdy discussion. That is definitely peak nerdidity, whatever the correct English pronunciation of a fictional word like this would be. Nerdicity is maybe better. In German would say Nerdizität. Problem is always, like, I can say stuff better in German. It's unfortunate. Let me just drink something real quick. Okay, better. Hope sound is good. And yeah, so it's an interesting discussion. Like, it's never stated explicitly, but it's, if you take this text for what it is, then Vardamir definitely had a choice. And depending on the version you like more, also Tar Amandil. But after that, it seems this concept of half-elven ceases to exist. So I assume that after that, let's say, okay, Arwen is a bad example, but let's say, I don't know, let's pretend Elrond's other children, Elrohir and I don't know what's wrong with my Eladan and Elrohir, both have decided to be elves. So their children would also be elves. And on the other side, Elros' children decided to be men, like Vardamir and so on and so forth. Then also after that, there's no choice anymore. It seems like it's a very limited space. It's not going on indefinitely that, like, every child or so had a choice. In my head before, it's kind of interesting in this context, because I might have said in earlier videos something differently, because I had my own theory how this might work, because it was also working and be kind of consistent, if that makes sense. And this theory is from the time, you have to consider that Nature of Middle-earth was only released a few years ago. And my videos, I made videos about lore that when Nature of Middle-earth was not released yet. So I had no knowledge of this little information here. And I always thought that this only works with the half-elven side of things as long as you have an elf in your family line. So if you were among men, and it was never clear that that the children of Elros had a chance as well. So I always thought like we have Eärendil and Elwing. Their children, they are both half-elven, so their children also must be half-elven. So Elrond and Elros are half-elven, and they had a choice. Elros decided to be men, Elrond decided to be elf. And the immortality is only, the decision to be half-elven is only on Elrond's side, because he does, like, the immortality is missing on the other side, if that makes sense. So only Elrond can inherit immortality, if that makes sense. And he also married, of course, an elf with I always have to think how her name is pronounced, where the stress is. I think it must be Celebrian. It's a long I, so the stress must be on the I. Whatever. He has also an elvish wife as well, so they can inherit immortality, but he's an half-elf, so he can inherit also the decision to accept the gift of man, if that makes sense. On Elros' side, I always thought that this was not the case. He has no immortality. He also did not marry an elf, but an unknown female of from Numenor, I assume, or from Beleriand, which would also be possible. Though technically she also must live in Numenor, so that makes no really a difference. But it's not clear if she was also born on Numenor or in Beleriand. Whatever, difficult other story. And yeah, they were just mortals. And after this, his line also remained to be mortal. This was never really stated or cleared that there was a different idea. So yeah, I hope this kind of answers your question now, which we derailed this quite a bit. But yeah, it seems Tolkien had a generation limit in mind for this, and it seems only these specific persons and the others before Elwing and Elrond and Eärendil are not part of this. And after that also they are not part of it. So Eldarion is a mortal, he's not half-elven. Except you take the 3 generations version, then he's also half-elven, but Eldarion's children would not be half-elven anymore. So, kind of like that. But for Dior, this choice didn't count. Luthien is a special case in any way, and I would, in this case, argue that Dior was mortal and was not considered half-elven. But yeah, that also makes it more plausible. Let's say he was elvish. Well, it's a generational thing anyway, right? So it doesn't matter. But yeah, I don't know. His wife was elf. If he was elvish, so his children should also be elvish. If he would be officially a full elf. I think he was mortal, so that's why Elwing is half-elven. Otherwise, I wouldn't say it makes no sense, but as you can see, it's a complicated thing. It's the Maiar blood. Yeah, exactly. Also, Mark Schieser has also an interesting question here. But let me just scroll up if I missed another interesting question. And that's also an interesting point. Arwen's choice seems to have materialized via Aragorn and joining the family back together. I think Elrond's sons were not half-elves with this choice. Definitely also possible because Arwen's and Aragorn's fate kind of mirror, again, Beren and Luthien in a way, and their ancestors in many ways. So you could make the argument that this is maybe a very Arwen-specific thing. But on paper, also, Tolkien speaks at least over the generation, though he only explicitly mentions Arwen, not Eladan and Elrohir here in this text, which is kind of unusual. Maybe only the firstborns have the choice, though then Eladan should have the choice, because Eladan is older than Arwen. But yeah, it's it's strange. Like, I don't know. I think everybody has to develop their own headcanon how this might work. It's really difficult to make a definitive answer there. An interesting question by Mark Schieser here. I don't have a good answer for this though, so maybe we discuss this very briefly, and then we discuss it for half an hour or so. But I really mean, it's a good question. I don't really know your answer. I hope Fifi is happy with this discussion or kind of answer. But yeah, so Mark asks, was Lindon much larger, whole of Eriador, before Elendil showed up and established Arnor? That's a really good question, I think. In a way, I could imagine yes. I could imagine that Eriador was kind of under the rule of Gil-galad. The reason for that is of Lindon then. The reason for that is that there was also, if we look at the map here, of the Second Age, of course, there was this place here, which is Eregion, and this was also, you know, between, like, Lindon was, let me just put the arrow where Lindon is, all the way up here. Here's the capital, like, here's the Grey Havens, but let's take this as how Lindon's size actually is. And this was kind of a, I wouldn't say a district, but this was part of the realm of Gil-galad. Like, the founders of Eregion were not kings. They were just the lords of Eregion, but their king, their ruler, was still Gil-galad. And then it got destroyed, and then things changed, but overall, there was nobody really ruling in this particular area in between. Like, there must have been a connection. There was Khazad-dûm. We know that in the southern parts of the Blue Mountains, on the eastern side of it, there were dwarves in it, even before Thorin Oakenshield. So it was potentially, like, the Blue Mountains is maybe a special case, but everything else is kind of free game for the elves at this point when men are not around yet. Of course, we know that very early on. I don't know if this is Bree here. I assume this is... I didn't hit it well. We have to imagine that my production tab here is very small. No, that is the the Weathertop. My preview screen is very small sometimes, so I have trouble seeing where the exact points are. But yeah, here is Bree. You could make the argument that Bree is also existed in the Second Age already. So there were definitely men living here. If they were now part of Gil-galad or not, I'm not sure. I think for this to answer, we would have to ask Gil-galad, because he had for sure the manpower and influence to say, yeah, this here all is mine. The question is, did he do this? Or was he more, in a way, let me just move my map a little bit, was he more saying that everything kind of west of Mithlond is his realm, and the rest I don't care about? Maybe. A fiefdom, yeah, that's a good word for it. Like, there's also the mention, speaking of fiefdom, in one version, we don't know where exactly, but it said that Celeborn and Galadriel also had a fief in Lindon. I think it was somewhere here. I don't know where, I forgot where it was exactly. So yeah, it's an interesting question how this thing here kind of works. Interestingly, we know in one version that also that Galadriel and Celeborn also lived for some time, I think here at Nenuial, this lake here. But it's different. It's difficult to say what was if this was part of Lindon at this point as well, or if they try to find their own realm. I don't know. It's not that strongly defined. Let's put it that way. So I can't really give you a definitive answer about this. We definitely know that men also already lived in Eriador in the Second Age, to some degree, most likely here where Bree is. We know the dwarves with Khazad-dûm and the Blue Mountains might have lived here in some versions, and the elves. And then men, we also know here, I think, in the forest, we also knew that especially here some men also lived. So they have maybe taken their place. Maybe Lindon or Gil-galad said something like, yeah, this is enough space for us all. You can just live here in peace as long as you don't bother us. We don't care. I think that's more how it was. And then here we see also on this map Londair, and this was established, I assume, by later by Numenor, when they started to also have havens and outposts on the mainland of Middle-earth. Or I wouldn't count Numenor as part of Middle-earth, so on Middle-earth is potentially enough to say here, instead of just call it the mainland, while Numenor was the island land of... no, it makes no sense, but you know what I mean. So in this context, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Elrond saw these men living here in the forest as basically part of his realm. They had to pay taxes to Gil-galad. I don't think so. I think that this is more a thing. It was a giant forest for everybody to live in, and then only the Númenóreans slowly, potentially did this, but Gil-galad was allied with the Númenóreans, and he wanted the Númenóreans to be here to have help against our friend here in Mordor. So, yeah, that was definitely a thing. And then only with, as you said, Elendil, he established Arnor and basically took all this land under his rule, because Elendil was from Numenor and his people and so on, that was they needed their own realm, if that makes sense. And I assume Gil-galad, we can also read, had great friendship with Elendil. So I would be surprised if there was anything like, I don't know. Elendil was just, it's kind of amazing if you think about it. Like all this land here that you see, let me just get to the free move arrow mode. All this land here, I'm not sure how far down it was. Potentially it only Arnor. Does somebody know how I made this in my thing here? I think it was not going, Arnor was not going to this river here. I think it only went to the Guaslo, right? Eregion, of course, was still part of Lindon here, but the rest, like, it's a huge, huge area if you look at all of this. To the Blue Mountains in parts, down all the way here, Londair and so on. It's a very, very big realm that he had. And then later, of course, we have, or at this point, just forget what I said. Eregion didn't exist anymore when Arnor was found. So, I'm not sure, chat. Was this here considered Arnor as well? Yeah, it must be, right? So even Eregion was considered Arnor. Only this part here with Rivendell was then founded here. This here was kind of potentially part of Lindon, if that makes sense. Maybe it was his own realm, because Elrond is also not king of this, it's only the Lord. Only is potentially the wrong word for it. But it's a bit difficult. Didn't Sauron get to the borders of Lindon during the war between Sauron and the elves? And then later it would make sense for Gil-galad to let Elendil create a buffer nation. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the river was a border. It's always a bit complicated to find out where the borders are exactly. Sometimes Tolkien wrote some descriptions where the borders are, and usually the rivers are used. I know this as well. But we would need to start my editing program and check what I made there. Usually I try to double check what's there, but sometimes it's really difficult. Especially the northern border is really, from Arnor, is really difficult to it's really difficult to place. I could be here. The river Lune, though, or Hlune, was a border, though, for Arnor. But yeah, I hope this kind of answers your question in a way. Let me just get back to the other mode here. It's a fascinating topic, though. It's very, for me at least, difficult to answer. I guess it also is a classical headcanon thing in a way, but I would say the argument is definitely more towards that Gil-galad didn't care too much about this place, but it was basically Eregion and Lindon that was enough for the elves. The elves weren't that numerous, and the elves also knew they had to leave Middle-earth at some point. So maybe for a folk that doesn't grow that fast anymore, and that has to leave anyway at some point, it also maybe made very little sense to establish like a gigantic realm. And they knew we don't need the space. Like, it's not like we are bursting. We have too many elves here. We need more space for them to live or so. So why would they take all this land here when they don't need it? Oh, I forgot to switch the map again. But yeah, it's definitely an argument you can make here as well. An interesting question by Schmul Schreiber, maybe a spicy one. I'm not sure. Is this was this more like a joke in this context, or do you meant this as a serious question to discuss here? It sounds maybe a bit disrespectful, but I don't mean it that way. So just so the question is. This one here, in case you are still there. Okay, I didn't. The copy of the question didn't work, so I have to paste it again. So basically, the question of it was in the discussion about the half-elven. Can Saruman's Uruk-hai choose if they are orcs or men? It's a kind of a funny question in this context. I'm not sure if this was meant for serious discussion here, but I think it's maybe some people might really wonder if they're half-elven, they can decide what about the Uruk-hai and so on. I think it was a joke question because I know Schreiber also knows the books very, very well. So I don't want to take this here too serious then. But of course, in this, like, for people wondering, the Uruk-hai might be, or there are definitely hints that there were crossbreeding going on between men and Uruk-hai, or not Uruk-hai, between orcs. And this might be result to the more sun-resistant Uruk-hai and so on. So I'm not sure if it's explicitly mentioned for. Hello, I'm back. I'm not sure. My OBS just said I got disconnected, so I was worried for a moment. I hope I'm back. So yeah, Uruk-hai, of course, they're mentioned in even in the books. Like Saruman explains it a bit. Brief outage back now. Okay, awesome. Let me just see. So there is yeah. Of all the ends to our journey, that is the very last I should have thought of, to have fight half-orcs and ruffians in the Shire. There was like I forgot how he was called. It was in the Knife in the Dark, Flight to the Fort, the sign at the Prancing Pony thing. Let's see if I find a mention here. Yeah, there was like a squint-eyed, ill-favored fellow. There was like a southerner or something like this. The squint-eyed southerner. We have several different mentionings of him, and the description of him is somewhat similar. I can't find it this fast, but there was like a mention in the book. Yeah, ill-favored look, something like this Tolkien uses here, and also for the southerner, for the squint-eyed southerner. And that's kind of the suggestion that this is like a half-orc, something like this. It's difficult to say how this was. I don't find. I mean, it was a small breed. No different. Forgot how it was phrased here, but there was some parallels if you looked into this. This is also where the Peter Jackson ideas came from. There's a sentence: they crossed these people with orcs or something like this to walk the sunlight. You know the film quotes better than I do, and there is some there's some kind of reference to this in the books. I remember this from making the film book series, different series, distantly in my head, but it's too long ago that I made those videos that I can't give you the quote out of my head. But there were some similarities here in this context. So this is the context kind of the question that the Uruk-hai or so might be a crossbreed or whatever you call this. And yeah, of course, they can't decide to be orcs or men, I think, because this decision to answer this shortly in a serious way was, as we just read in the in the history of the nature of Middle-earth book that this was like a grace of Eru, or due to over via Manwë to the half-elven, so it doesn't really apply for others. And of course, though there is a discussion if orcs might be immortal or not, it seems like Tolkien made clear statement that this is not the case. But so the problem of men becoming immortal due to this and generating a new problem, the whole idea of the gift of men and so on, is a complicated one. But it's not in this case complicated because Uruk-hai die at some point due to old age, it seems, and also men do at some point. Though orcs, there are definitely implications that show that orcs might get very old. The son of Adzog, for example, from the Hobbit, must be a very old orc for him to live this long. Because in the books, Azog died in the Battle of Azanul-Bizar. We discussed this at the very beginning of the stream. And Bolg, his son, is still living hundreds of years later. Let me just calculate how much later. 2799. Yeah, that is the Battle of Azanul-Bizar, and the Hobbit plays 2941. So the difference is 142 years. So Bolg must be at least 142 years, if not older. And as a result, it seems like orcs can live, even though Tolkien somewhere mentioned that they are short-lived. So there are some contradictions. In addition, in the later writings of Tolkien went to the idea that the orcs themselves are basically were in origin men and not elves anymore. There are also other versions, of course, but so yeah, it would make sense to consider that they have the gift of men as well, so they can't decide if they are Uruk-hai or if they want to be orcs or men. In this case, they are just kind of men or a weird state in between, but it doesn't change too much because their fate is potentially defined as the same. So even though I think the the question wasn't meant too seriously, but it's still maybe a very interesting short side note to discuss here. Mark Schiester. After Saruman went bad, do you wonder if Manwë went to Aule, another one of yours? What exactly did you teach them? Yeah, this dialogue might have happened. First, Sauron also once a Maya of Aule, and then later Saruman also a Maya of Aule. Very strange. If orcs are soulless, then the decision or the differentiation here is not very necessary. Yeah, that's a good point, but I don't think they are, because it is possible, I'm not sure, but Tolkien wrote many things here. We discussed this previously. There was once a question here in a lore stream if orcs have a form of redemption. Let me see if I find. In one letter, Tolkien says something very interesting in this context. Yeah, so the orcs, they would at least be real physical realities in the physical world, however evil they might prove, even mocking the children of God. They would be Morgoth's greatest sins, abuses of his highest privilege, and would be creature begotten of sin, and naturally bad. I nearly wrote unredeemably bad, but that would be going too far, because by accepting or tolerating their making necessary to their actual existence, even orcs would become part of the world, which is God's and ultimately good. So Tolkien kind of argues that in theory also orcs have to be have a form of redemption. Like he said, nearly, he said irredeemably bad, but it seems that there might be some redemption arc for orcs as well, even though Tolkien never explores this in any shape or form. But he basically says they are parts of the world and of God's creation, so they must be, as such, they must have a form. It doesn't really say that they have souls in a way, but I would kind of argue if you don't have a soul, you don't need. That's maybe a bit too strong a statement, but if we discuss sin and redemption, I think, how to say, what's the name Schlussfolgern in English? Sorry, my English vocabulary is today not good. Conclude, yeah, that's the word. The conclusion is definitely can be made that they might have a soul, if that makes sense. Also, there was a dot missing and the bot removed your comment. Fifi Trixie, I'm sorry for that. It happens quite a lot here in chat. Ole wasn't sticking to the rules. He made the dwarves after all. Yeah, that's a very good point there, Trixie. Very unfortunate that sometimes you have to be very careful. And every time you type a dot, you have to do a space. If you don't do a space, the bot will remove your message. So I can still read it though, but it won't be appear in the chat replay anymore. Always a bit sad for when this happens. The stories would be quite different if we start thinking of orcs as redeemable. That's for sure. Like Tolkien also writes that they are naturally bad. That's the idea, the concept of the orcs that he had, which is really strong. But at the same time, there might be some form of redemption for them, maybe in the afterlife or whatever. It's very difficult. I always thought the Valar as gods, Eru the god, and the Maya would be angels. I guess you can definitely see this as well, because the Valar of themselves form like a god pantheon, so you can see them as gods. But since both like the powers and the Maya as their servants in a way were also created from the beginning, if that makes sense, you could also see them as like archangels and normal angels, like different ranks of angels. That's how I imagine it or explain it, because they are kind of in their nature very similar, just of different scales of power. That makes sense. But yeah, it's also complicated topic. I would love to think that if someone with orc blood wed someone with human blood in the Fourth Age, could be part of the healing of Arda. Yes, might be interesting. It's an interesting idea for sure. I have to answer first what happens to orcs when they die, in my opinion. Yeah, that's also an important point. But as said, we don't know what happens, but we know that there is redemption, and this for me implies, because they're in their physical form as Tolkien describes it here, in their physical reality, bad. For me it implies that the concept that there might be some afterlife for orcs, because they also might have the gift of men as well, especially in the versions where orcs are in their origin from men, so that they have a soul and they have an afterlife. In this afterlife, they might have a distant chance of redemption as well in some form. But as I said, it gets now very theological and theoretical, because we don't have any. It's just some implications Tolkien made. In case people wonder which letter that is, I just read from, it is letter number 153. This is a special case letter though. And special case letters are always those that are drafts. Tolkien decided to not send the letter. And as a result, some people consider some of these letters not canon or so, because Tolkien said, well, that's if I send this letter now, it seems that it's an official answer of me for my world, so I have to be careful here. And at the end, there's a footnote that we can read here, and it says the draft ends here. At the top, Tolkien has written "not sent" and has added, "It seemed to be taking myself too importantly." So keep this discussion with the irredeemably bad with a grain of salt here. At some point, Eru stopped the great music. Was the story of the world complete within the music, past, present, and future? I would say, I'm not sure if in the music itself or in the understanding of or in the perception of Eru of it, because it seems, even though the Ainur made the music with Eru together, they did not fully understand it as well, though they have some understanding and they know what might come because they know the complete music in a way, but they potentially don't fully have understood all the ideas and aspects of it, and only Eru has a full understanding of it. So I would say yes, but only Eru can perceive this, if that makes sense. But I might be wrong here as well. That's a very good question, Mark. I can't really tell you, if I'm honest. So the question is if Tolkien kept a copy of the letters. Almost slipped there, zusammen together, yeah. Today my brain's a bit slow. I have incredible word finding trouble today, it seems. I can't tell you if the letters were retrieved or if Tolkien always stored a copy of the letter. Okay, here it is in the introduction. Some letters are printed from the carbon copies kept by Tolkien. He only began to make carbon copies of his letters towards the end of his life. And this explains why there is no trace of earlier letters until... I lost the line. Of early letters unless the originals themselves can be discovered. Other letters in the book are printed from a draft or drafts which differ from the text that he actually sent, if he sent one at all. And in certain instances, a continuous text has been assembled from several fragments of drafts. In cases where this has been done, the letter is headed drafts. The frequency of such drafts among his correspondence and the great length of many of them was partly explained by Tolkien in a letter to his son Michael. Words beget words and thoughts skid off into sidetrack. The laconic is by me only occasionally achieved as an art form by the cutting of 3/4 or more of what I have written, and so is, of course, in fact, more time taking and laborious than free length. Where only a portion of a letter has been printed, the address and opening salutation have been omitted together with the ending and signature. In such cases, the letter is headed "From a letter to." All footnotes to the letters are Tolkien's own. And so on. So yeah, there is. I remember carbon paper, yeah. But yeah, so it seems there are copies that Tolkien kept. In some cases, there are many drafts that Tolkien hasn't sent, and they reconstructed those drafts. And they also have the actual letters potentially that people found. And there might be more letters. There is, I think, at the end of the year, there is a new book coming out showing more letters of Tolkien. There's also other letters. There's a small letter collection that is not official. Or maybe it is, I'm not sure. By somebody else who also got like 60 letters more or so of Tolkien. I think there's 120 letters in total that might come out later this year. So it's kind of interesting to see. Maybe there are even more than this. We don't know. Or I don't know. Let's put it that way. Somebody knows for sure. So yeah, we discussed a few questions today in a lot of length. The question is, did I overlook a question? For sure I did. I think there was some other interesting stuff in chat at some point and I didn't answer it. I'm always sorry for that. Because yeah, we discuss the questions here in a lot of length. That only allows us to discuss, like, I don't know, 5 questions every stream or so. Well, this I answered. So yeah, people sometimes have to rewrite stuff. I just hope stream is still running and everything seems to work. Always my biggest concern. So do we have more questions, chat? Did I overlook something? Okay, Astronomad had also a question on free will. I just noticed that. That kind of fits to the question we had before, so we can answer this, I think, very quick because we already basically answered it. Where is my thing here? So free will is kind of a gray area when it comes to races. Are the orcs free to choose to be good, or have they already made that choice before coming to the world? So many questions. Yeah, we kind of basically answered this with the letter with the draft letter we just read. That I have to find it again. Letters. It's letter 153, a draft. So Tolkien wrote here in this draft letter, so they would be Morgoth's greatest sins, abuse of his highest privilege, and would be creatures begotten of sin and naturally bad. So Tolkien basically implies here in this letter that orcs are indeed by their nature evil or bad, as he writes here. And they, I think, don't really, or they don't fully have a choice, because they are strongly under the influence of the current Dark Lord, like under Morgoth or then later under Sauron's influence, and they can't really escape this influence, and that kind of puts them into this, forces them into this role that they have as like the long arm of the evil entity. That makes sense. Which is a very unfortunate thing. Though if we look into Lord of the Rings, we have some interesting ideas. Let me see if I find it. It's in the chapter The Choices of Master Samwise in Return of the King, when they are in Mordor, after the Shelob section, I guess. And there are two orcs, Shagrat and and Gorbak, talk to each other. Gorbak or Shagrat, however you want to pronounce them. Tolkien wrote that the R in orc names or orcish things might be more to the German R, to the R. Gorbak and Shagrat versus the trilled R, but whatever. We don't know exactly. So let me see who says what. So Shagrat says, I would like to try somewhere where there's none of them. But the war's on now, and when that's over, things may be easier. It's going well, they say. They would, grunted Gorbak. We will see. But anyway, if it does go well, there should be a lot more room. What do you say? If we get a chance, you and me will slip off and set up somewhere on our own with a few trusty lads, somewhere where there's good loot, nice and handy, and no big bosses. Ah, said Shagrat, like old times. Yes, said Gorbak, but don't count on it. I'm not easy in my mind. As said, the big bosses, his voice sank almost to a whisper, even the biggest can make mistakes. Something nearly slipped, you say. I say something has slipped and we've got to look out. Always the poor Uruks to put slips right, and small thanks. But don't forget, the enemies don't love us any more than they love him. And if they get topsides on him, we are done too. But see here, when were you ordered out? About an hour ago, just before you saw it, and so on and so forth. So, they talk about the big bosses, and even the biggest, they mean Sauron, in this little section here, which I read not good enough, I think, but forgive me for that. It's very interesting what they say here, I think, this little dialogue of these orcs here. They say, let's get out of here, but the big bosses and always kind of watching us, and we have to, if something happens, even the biggest make mistake. And he had to set this very in a low voice already. What happens to us if, for example, it's not going well, if we lose the war and so on? Interestingly, it does not seem like they have a choice in the war to just say, no, we leave the war behind us and just go somewhere else and hide with a few trusty lads, as they say. They say only if it's going well, and when we win, there's a lot more room, and then we can maybe have a chance to get off. So they kind of dream of getting off this whole under the influence of Sauron stuff, but they know currently that it's simply not possible for them. It's also interesting that Shagrat says, like old times. So potentially when Sauron was not yet in power and was in hiding, they had potentially a little bit more freedom when it comes to what they do. So it's a very interesting question in this regard. But it seems they have to do what they have to do, and only when they win they might come out. And there's also like somewhere a statement that Sauron put in the head of the orcs that for example the elves are even more cruel than Sauron, and that they don't want to get. And that's why we here in this section also can see. But don't forget, the enemies don't love us any more than they love him. So our enemies don't love the orcs more than they love Sauron. So for them there is not really a choice. And if they get top sides on him, so if they would win, we are done too, and they are right. So it's kind of interesting. It certainly opens the reader to sympathize with them, yeah, for sure. I think that's a very smart thing here. Yeah, exactly. Shagrat and Gorbak discuss going into business together. The orcs that don't want to be under the yoke of evil and discuss running away together and living. Yeah, exactly. That's the section. It's a very interesting one, I think. So the question is, are there more questions, chat? Oh, Ares Aurelian's also here. I definitely can't talk well today. It's just a bit unfortunate. Let me just see. Was there a question previously that I missed? Else, as said, feel free to post it. If there are no more questions, which would be unusual, we could also end the stream. And I don't plan to stream that long anymore for today. As said, I try to stream a bit more frequently, but maybe have the streams not 5 hours, maybe just, like in this case, 3 hours. Hey, Homebody had also a question. Isn't Quenya largely based on Finnish, which is not part of the Indo-European language group, but the Finno-Ugric? Yeah, that is true. So Quenya is more like the Finnish-inspired language. Sindarin is maybe more Celtic, like inspired by the language of the Welsh people, like from Wales. So Welsh is definitely inspiration for Sindarin in this case, and Hebrew maybe a bit for the Dwarvish language in some ways, not completely. I mean, also Latin and other languages have some inspiration here and there for sure. I also just noticed that my thing is in the way, but whatever, doesn't matter too much. Okay, this question we skip. Okay, Astronomad has some very interesting questions. For example, could there be human and hobbit crossbreeds? Like, could they have children, basically? I don't know, to be fair. I'm in theory, yes, because hobbits are kind of also counted towards men. So in theory, that might be possible. If this ever happened, I don't know, or even doubt that this would be a topic Tolkien wanted to explore. So, I don't know. Was there anything else earlier in chat that I overlooked? And we only had this discussed at the beginning, like if just see, I just miss. Did they have the mithril shirt? What? Did they have the mithril shirt? That would be enough to buy a small country. That is true, but the question is if they know. Like, I think even Bilbo didn't know that this would be the case. Also, Marie Cahonen said, yeah, Arwen speaks to Frodo that her part was Luthien's part, and Frodo gives her the place, gives her place, and she can take then the trip to the Blessed Realm. Yeah, that is also true. When we discussed some parts earlier. Farmer Maggot. Is there really a reference to this, that Farmer Maggot was like potential a mixture between the Hobbit folk and the big folk? I'm not sure. Hobbit and Maya, I think. How do you think? Why do you think Farmer Maggot might be half Maya? Is there any implication or reference for this? Was she politically motivated? I mean, did she bring them together though? It's a complicated question, I think. Didn't they just meet by accident, kind of? And was like a reference almost to how Beren and Luthien first met. I think Aragorn was just like going into the lens and of Galadriel, and there they like somewhere he saw Arwen somewhere in the forest. So it's more like a fate thing, in my opinion. Tolkien doesn't seem to write arranged marriages into his story, I think. Yeah, that's true. I mean, kind of. But it's actually, now that I think about it, it's a good point, to be fair. Yeah, that is true. Galadriel could have kept them apart, but maybe she did not expect that this would even happen. I mean, she can see the future to some degree, but maybe that was something she has not foreseen. On the other side, she got there's a version where about the elf stone, and Gandalf brings it basically from Aman back to Middle Earth and gives it to Galadriel and basically gives her the prophecy that she will give it to somebody with the same name, and she gives this to Aragorn, and the elf stone is called the Elessar, and Aragorn will be King Elessar. So yeah, but she helped Fate along, that for sure. Practically a wedding ring. I mean, in a way, and that's kind of unusual if you think about it. Aragorn grew up in Rivendell, and you would think that they met, I think, for the first time in Rivendell because she's Elrond's daughter, simply. I'm a bit tongue-in-cheek, yeah, for sure. Oh, I believe that early on Tolkien toyed with the idea of making Farmer Maggot into something other than a hobbit, possibly Tom Bombadil. Okay, that's good to know. Please, more about the stone. Well, the stone is a bit complicated because there are so many versions of it. Like, it seems in the most, I'm not sure it's the most common version. Frodo took words of Farmer Maggot. He lives in a house where thus extended. He is not a hobbit, not a pure hobbit anyway. Questions? Okay, let's look into this maybe. Thank you for checking this. Or for posting this. But this looks like it is from it's not from Lord of the Rings, right? It is from the History of Middle-earth book, if I'm seeing this right. Let me see if I find it really quick. I assume it is The Return of the Shadow, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's this early version. Listen, house. There are very few holes in these parts. They say houses were invented here. Of course, the brandy books have the great barrel of theirs at Bucklebury in the high bank across the river, but most of the people live in houses. Conceivably, some penciled emendations to the typescript of the third chapter were added at this time, and in this connection, Frodo took words of Farmer Maggot. He lives in a house. Well, that's extended. He is not a hobbit, not a pure hobbit anyway. He's rather large and has hair under his chin, but his family has had these fields time out of mind. Then Maggot appears a large round hobbit face was changed to a large round hair-framed face. Afterwards, in the prologues of to LotR, the Hobbits of the East Farthing were described as being rather large and heavy-legged. They were well known to the Sturs, large part of the blood, and indeed was shown no half-foot or fallow hide had any trace of a beard. Yeah, but it seems like it's a very, very early version of this particular chapter in The Shadow Returns. And it seems like it was like penciled out stuff and Tolkien tried it, so the idea might have existed, but I think if it was that important a detail, it might have made it into its way into The Lord of the Rings, which it didn't. Interesting to note that Smeagol's folk were thought to be forefathers of the Sturs, Gandalf and Shadow of the Past. Oh, interesting. Yeah, exactly. The hobbits of the Marish were most likely a good part Sturs, who could grow some facial hair and were larger and broader. We also refer to not to the behavior and not to the physical features. But it seems that's what Tolkien meant here is because he just continues in this particular writing. Not a pure hobbit anyway. He is rather large and has hair under his chin. But in this particular context, and it's explained here in the commentary, is the idea that the Sturs could grab facial hair were a bit bigger and so on. So it might have to do with this and being unfamiliar with this. With these features for hobbits, and so it seems like it was different, but it's very like a very specific edge case, I think. Those were also only of the hobbit strains to use boats and weren't adverse to water. Cool connection to Smeagol's people in the Vales of Anduin. Yeah. Sturs, not stairs. Yeah, I thought you meant. I wondered for a moment, but I thought, yeah, Sturs. Yeah, just noted that a half hobbit breed was on the table. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could also interpret it as just Frodo noticing that he looked different, more different, and that was because these people had simply more stir in them, and Frodo wasn't aware at this time of the context of this. But it is an interesting idea for sure. The Shire has a Thane. Are you aware of the historical meaning? Isn't this like, let's say, a Germanic tribes leader, if you would say? We have Thane, and we have also the Jarl, and we have also the first king of Rohan. I think also the name is related to the root of the word Jarl as well, and his name is Eorl. It's very similar to Jarl. So yeah, Isn't there like also a language connection between all these words? Not sure about pain though. What would a halfling be called? I don't know, a quarterling? No, it's not a quarter then, right? It's if you divide I mean, half times half would be a quarter, but if you divide a half through a half, you get 1. So it's complicated. No more math, please. Yeah, I agree, kind of. Yeah, the feudal baron holding lands and performing military service for the king. Yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah, this even fits better to it because originally the hobbits in the Shire were under a specific king, or the king of Arthedain. My pronunciation today is kind of off. The trilled R doesn't trill that easy today. I don't know why. King Argileb II it was, right? I was just thinking, was it the first or the second? Yeah, the second. So yeah, they had to do not military service for the king, but they got the land and they had to basically maintain the bridges and the roads so messengers could go in and out because the king had the problem of being attacked by or having war with Angmar and the Witch King at this time. It was at the time of the war of the war against Angmar. And Arthedain being a leftover kingdom of Arnor. It was kind of chief, and I think this is then where it kind of is connected to the Old Norse Jarl. Old Norse, here it is. Though, yeah, in English there's the word earl, by the way, so that's connected to that, right? Old English eorl, there's this form. It's potentially, I assume that's the Celtic version of it. No, it's also not. It's not Celtic Thane. Rank of nobility, pre-Norman England, roughly equivalent to baron. Here it says Middle English, Old English. Thane is written completely different though. It also existed in Old Norse. That's interesting. I thought it would be kind of related to this thing. It was kind of the equivalent, but I mixed this up then. It's just like a different rank, if that makes sense in any shape or form. And that means, in Old English, it means servant or man, warrior, or even hero. Interesting. Yeah, I fully agree with you, Joe. There, the word Joe writes the use of the word Thane within the Shire seems to support the idea that the Shire is subservient to the King of Gondor, I think, or the King of Arnor back in the day, for sure. Mark says something about Glorfindel. As a member of the Fellowship, he could have done his thing in Moria and imagine. You could imagine Mandos saying, failing with the Balrog again. Yes, could have happened, I guess. But yeah. I mean, I could try to find the other question thing again. Might be difficult. Yeah, here it is. Just because I just read it we discussed it. That we wait 24 asked about Farm Maggot and so on, there being connections. So in the book, The Return of the Shadow, in this section, which section is this? The section is called Tom Bombadil, and it's about the Tom Bombadil section. And we know that Farmer Maggot and Tom Bombadil know each other. So that's implied in Lord of the Rings, and it's kind of survived. And Tom Bombadil rescues them from Willow Men. He says it was lucky he came that way. He had gone to the water lily pool for some white water lilies for Goldberry, my wife. He turns out to know Farmer Maggot. And then there's a note, make Maggot not a hobbit, but some other kind of creature, not dwarf, but akin to Tom Bombadil. They rest at his house. He says only way out is along the path beside the Withy Windle. Description of feast and willow fire, many noises at night. So these are the very early drafts of these chapters and so on. It seems like very early on, as suggested here in chat. Yeah, I just read. You found it as well. Awesome. It's exactly the section you find in Return of the Shadow. The book is called. That's the History of Middle-earth book number 6, I think. Yeah, should be 6. And yeah, it's sometimes very interesting to see what all kinds of different ideas Tolkien had for certain characters. It's always very fascinating to me as well. I have to admit, the History of Middle-earth books regarding the creation of the Lord of the Rings, I don't know too well out of my head, and I definitely skipped through some of them a little bit, but it's not like I know the complete creation history of Lord of the Rings too well, so sometimes I don't have this also on my mind too well, but it's always interesting reading through them sometimes and seeing these very early details. But usually I focus more on, the versions of the Silmarillion and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's really interesting. I definitely checked the chapters a bit about Galadriel, the early ones, or the history of I'm not sure it was for who is Elrond or who is about the for the Galadriel video, one of those. Kind of interesting to know how late Galadriel was written and invented. Some of the bonus books are difficult to read. 8 million footnotes. Yeah. It becomes so. It becomes kind of work to go through them. I agree. It's like because these are so early, sometimes so early drafts, and with so many versions, you need all those footnotes to even understand kind of the context of them if you are not already too deep into everything. And Christopher Tolkien has often the problem that he can't always read the handwriting of his father, which must be insanely difficult, as confirmed by Mr. Hofstadter, who made Nature of Middle-earth and so on. That's sometimes really difficult to read. So he sometimes has to guess what's standing there. Then there are penciled notes at the side. Then he makes a footnote. Here's a penciled note that writes this and so on. It's very difficult to put this in a format that people can kind of follow and understand. And yeah, these very deep dives into the early writings of the books are just very difficult, and you need a lot of interest in the details and so on. So it's always a bit of work to get through these bonus books, as you call them. Yeah, it's ultra nerd territory, exactly. And it's definitely not my my expertise. Like, I'm more into, let's say, History of Middle-earth books. Let's say, I don't know. The first 5 are very interesting, though. I'm also not the hugest expert on Book of Lost Tales, though I need to reread them at some point again, the first 2 books. I think 3 and 4 are already also kind of special cases. 5 is very interesting. I know that at least decently well. And yeah, mostly for questions in chat here, I often need 10, 11, and 12. So Morgoth's Ring, the War of the Jewls, Peoples of Middle-earth, potentially my favorite book, I think. Though Morgoth's Ring is also pretty close. And yeah, the books in between, like Return of the Shadow. What is the next one? That's 6. 7, I think, is is it The Treason of Isengard? Is this the name? I always forget the name's book. I think it's just easier to look this up here really quick. Is it Treason? Yeah, The Treason of Isengard, or Isengard, The War of the Ring, and Sauron Defeated. Those, I look into them not that often, so I forget a lot of stuff that's in them a lot, and so on. So yeah. There are clues in History of Middle-earth. Story and details and concepts change, but there are clues, yeah, for sure. They often hint maybe at a certain direction and so on. But one has always be very careful to not mix up too many things, because I think sometimes it's very difficult also to understand when a text was written and put it into context when other texts were written, and to see what was in Tolkien's mind at this time, and this changed then over time, and it becomes very study heavy if you consider these information as well. That's also why sometimes research takes so long for videos here. Yeah, that's fun, for sure. That's definitely fun, but as said, it's also ultra nerd territory. Like, you have to be. It sounds so negative. Like, it needs a lot of dedication. Like, you have to develop a lot of expertise to get into these fields, I think, and have a very specific interest in those fields. Okay, chat. We are at 3.5 hours. That's usually our slowly end the stream stuff. Maybe we have is there any question left in chat that is shortly answerable? I can't talk anymore. Yes. Okay, Mark. I would make a pun with your name, but I won't do this because that might be disrespectful. Nice chat as always, Chris. Be well. Would be a German pun, by the way. But yeah, if you have something interesting to discuss for the end, feel free to put it out. Nerd Squad for the win. Also, the Patch Rob is here. Nice to see you. Of course, always hope you people enjoyed the stream here. As said, maybe to slowly go into the end while I wait for potential final question or so, or topic to discuss. It was very nerdy stream, that's true. Fast, you say. Who is the greatest elf and why is it Finrod? See, already answered. Yeah, so we already answered the question yourself. It is, of course, the greatest elf must be Finrod, because he's pretty awesome. He has a very interesting story. He's honorable. He's able to see the potential in others, like when he meets men for the first time. He's also open to them. He teaches them. That's, in my opinion, pretty cool. He sticks to his promises. He values also when other people do stuff for him. He's a pretty awesome dude, simply. It's just such a wise and nice guy. He can sing really good. He can kill werewolves with his teeth and so on. His story is pretty. I mean, he's part of the Beren and Luthien story, which is pretty epic. So yeah, he's just a pretty cool elf, I would say. I have a question. Why are there so many Feanor apologists? Like, I know he was brilliant, but he was not a good person. I think Feanor, even though he's maybe not a good person, as you say, that's a good way to describe him. Vote for Círdan, most underrated elf. Yeah, that is true. No, I would say. I mean, your name is Nowhere. For people wondering, Círdan's early elven name that we find is Nowhere. So that is makes kind of sense. And Círdan is also definitely among my favorite elves, I have to admit. But coming back to the other question, Feanor is, as you say, not a good person. That's a good diplomatic way to describe him. And he's a very interesting character, though. Love me some Círdan, yeah. Also like Elrond, by the way, a lot. So there are a lot of great elves in the history for sure. But Finrod is definitely among the most beloved. Glorfindel, we also talked about him. Also, epic story fall of Gondolins, and just That's also one of the coolest stories Tolkien wrote, one of his great tales. But I start skipping back and forth again. So he's an interesting character, I think. That's maybe the thing. He is a very unusual for an elf, because when we think about elf, we think about Elrond or so, or maybe Galadriel. She's very wise, and she has always what she tells you is maybe very thought out, and it would be good if you follow what she says, or what Elrond says, what Galadriel says. They seem very pure and good in a way, and Fëanor is the complete opposite. That kind of makes him interesting, I think. Like his plans are never a good idea. He's completely crazy. He is possessed by what he does. He's considered one of the greatest elves that have ever lived. So that is kind of awesome as well. I love the best all the good boys and girls who stayed in Valinor. Yeah, exactly. And Fëanor is not one of those, though, and he decided to just, we're out here, let's take revenge. Let's go for it. Take crazy oaths that will destroy my complete family. Well, Fëanor thing. But it's like he's kind of, I wouldn't say over the top, but he is extreme in a way. And without Fëanor, we wouldn't have awesome epic stories. That's a big part about him. So a lot of people kind of made it a meme to say, no, it's not his fault or so. Like, I don't know. I find it kind of funny, but I think you have to take the Fëanor stuff not too seriously, I think. I think it's more like a Tolkien hardcore meme thing going on, but he is, to be fair, an interesting character. We often had Helen, Clueless Fangirl, often here, and she is a huge fan of Fëanor, and she says, of course, shoutouts to all the elves staying in Valinor, but if every elf would stay in Valinor, we would have no stories. We need those characters like Fëanor who are like, let's say, have strange ideas at times. Is Círdan, Ares Aurelian is also, of course, I saw your name earlier. Shoutouts to you as well, of course. And hope you had a good day and enjoyed the stream. Círdan is still around, yes. As Nowhere answered, it seems he is still around, but at some point he will leave with the last ship. I think there is a phrase like this. So there's also Legolas building a ship on his own and sailing with Gimli to Valinor, or to Aman, to Tol Eressëa, who knows where they at the end landed, but let's just call it Aman. A little bit less specific in this regard, and maybe this ship or the last ship, who knows? Maybe he went after it. I wonder why we never have Tales of the Vanya. Okay, yeah, because they are boring. Yeah, that Helen would say exactly this. Kind of miss her. Because, she is busy being a mom currently, so that's why we have not much Helen here on this channel. And if you have a young child, of course, it eats up all your time. So shoutouts to her, of course. Also, thank you to Patch Rob. I still go back to your amazing Círdan videos some years ago. Yeah, that was really a video I also like a lot. Does Círdan sail passengers to Valinor, then he returns for another group, or are they all ships one-way trips? It seems it's one-way trips. Because in the writings and so on we find about Círdan, it seems he is, there's a certain point he is also allowed to go to Valinor, but it's a very late point. I don't think he can see Valinor until he is he's on the last ship, so it must be one-way trips all the time. Vanya are my favorite ones. Don't get me wrong, Vanyar elves are of course kind of cool, even though we know very little about them, to be fair. But as Noah said, if everybody would be like the Vanyar, we would have no stories, because there's too much harmony among them. We need the conflicts. I need to learn more. I wish there was more information on the rifts between the Teleri and the Noldor. I know, but I mean, we have those characters like Feanor, and because they bring us the conflict, we can appreciate these more harmonic characters more in a way. Like characters like Feanor bring us a contrast to appreciate the other characters, or if that makes sense in any way. Malay Tinuviel is also here. Welcome, nice to see you. We are slowly at the end of the stream. So in a strange way, Feanor has to be kind of a bad person, so the other characters can shine. Else the other characters would just consistently shine, and there would be no contrast, no difference, if that makes sense. Like the dark elf who loses the Noldor. It was awesome. Yeah. You mean the Vanya, the boring elves? Give the Vanya a break. You mean the smart elves? It's kind of interesting that the wife of Turgon was a Vanyar, and she wanted to go to Middle-earth, but she died on the way in Helcaraxe, so there's that. They're just not allowed to have to go to Middle-earth, it seems. Exactly, the smart ones, yeah. But yeah, we are slowly but surely getting to the very end of the stream. I said this 5 times already. Then comes the next question. And yeah, she fell into the icy waters of Helcaraxe. Unfortunately. It's kind of interesting that the artist Sara Morello has an artwork of that. A very old one, though. Elenwe is her name, by the way. Can we talk about your favorite character in the Tolkien universe? My favorite character is difficult. To pick one is, in my opinion, almost impossible. But I made an over 8-hour long video thing, split it into so far 9 parts. 10 parts might be released next week, I hope, about Elrond. So I would say, yeah, Elrond is pretty awesome. Was Eol and his son the only dark elves? I'm not even sure if his son is considered a dark elf, to be fair. Like, Eol had just like the name, the dark elf, if that makes sense. But there were also the Avari, who is sometimes also considered dark elves, because they refused to go to Aman from the beginning. Voice is failing. Just drink something real quick. Okay. And so they are sometimes called dark elves. The term dark elf is not really well defined in the universe, I would say. And that brings a problem that what does it even mean? There's also the term Moriquendi and Calaquendi. And one are the light elves, the others The Moriquendi are the dark elves, if that makes sense. And those are the elves who have not seen the light of the two trees and were not completed, not the great journey. So the Sindar elves are also Moriquendi, dark elves in a way, you could say. As a result, the term dark elves is not that well defined. So in my personal definition or headcanon, if I talk about the dark elves, I only talk about the Avari. Because they didn't even try to get to Aman. They said from the beginning, nope, no Aman for us. We stay here on Middle-earth. That's our thing. And Eol, in his case, I am not even sure what his ancestors might have been. Is there any information about the ancestors of Eol? Eol was of the kin of Elu Thingol, it says here in the thing. War of the Jewls seem to be the source for this. So he was a Sindar then, or a part of the Teleri. And his title was the Dark Elf. His son, Maeglin, though, I think he did not have the title Dark Elf or anything. So he was just Maeglin. He was also an interesting fella. Oh, B Waits 24 also has some more information on this. There was also another question by Marley Tinuviel. So did Egoland and Morgoth tiptoe across the ice? Ungoliant. Yeah, they tiptoed across the ice. I don't know how they crossed it so far, but they are extremely supernatural, extremely powerful supernatural beings. They can, of course, cross the ice. Like, Orome might have crossed Helcarax as well on his horse, and he will not, like, he won't fall into the water anyway, because he is Orome. So it's not clear if they also rode over the ocean or anything. Though we discussed it. I discussed this in a video recently. Maybe check that, because I forgot the exact quotes here. So yeah, there's another information about Farmer Maggot being like kind of kin of Tom Bombadil or so. Farmer Maggot quote, after the reference to Farmer Maggot, from whom Tom Bombadil got his knowledge of the Shire and whom he seemed to regard as a person of more importance than they did fancied. This text adds, we are kinsfolk, he and I, so Tom and Maggot, I guess, in a way of speaking, distantly and far back, but near enough for friendship. In the original draft, we are kin, he said, distantly, very distantly, but near enough to count. The notes given on page 170 concerning the possibility that Farmer Maggot was not a hobbit at all, but being of a wholly different kind and akin to Bombadil. Yeah. The ones didn't take another king. Which ones are those? I guess the Noldor did. After the death of Gil-galad, they didn't take another king. That makes sense. The Vanyar elves have all the time the same king, which is Ingwe, and Ingwe is interestingly also the king of all elves, but it's also the king of the Vanyar simply. Then the Teleri have a king in the brother of Elwe, which is Olwe. He's the king of the Teleri in Aman, and the Sindar elves also have kings here and there. For example, they have not a maybe the Sindar elves also don't have a king after Dior. Dior was the last king of the Sindar, though there is a king that is a Sindar and a king that is of course Thranduil. He's a Sindar elf, but he's king not over Sindar but over woodland elves. But yeah, those also would be possible. Maybe after, I mean, Doriath basically ended after Dior and so on. So after the second kinslaying, there was nothing left of it. I guess after that they also didn't take a king. So this might be fitting to multiple elven folks. How the Avari are organized, I can't really tell you. And yeah, the Nandor also related to the Teleri elves, but they also did not. They left the Great Journey early. They become like the Sylvan elves and so on. They are part of the Nandor elves, and they also, like, they have a king in the form of, for example, Thranduil, or before Galadriel was in Lorien, the elves, the Nandor in Lorien had whoever as king, like, for example, Amdir, and Amros was 100% a king of these elves. I'm pretty sure it's written that he was a king in Lord of the Rings even. Sindar seem so exotic and cool to me. I also like the Sindar a lot. I'm not sure what it is about them, but they're kind of cool. I agree. I understood that Eol was a dark elf because he had some kind of darkness in his heart. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense for Eol. He definitely had darkness in his heart. Bombadil Stanley. Maybe. I guess when Bombadil was written, Stanley wasn't even born, though. When is Stanley born? Does somebody know? Was he born before 1900, I don't know, 16? I don't think so. 1922. I mean, I'm not sure when Tolkien invented Tom Bombadil, but I assume Bombadil is older than 1922 though, but could get close. No, sorry. And hello, Chris. Too bad I missed most of the stream, but I hope you are doing great and glad to see you back. Yeah, also nice to see you back. And of course, it's unfortunate, but the stream will be available as a VOD as always. If you are interested, prepare for discussing a lot of weird details today. But yeah, I had a pretty good day. I'm now a bit tired and hungry, so I will end the stream very soon, which I already announced a few times. But yeah, also hope you are doing well too. Astronomid. The nameless things are they inspired by Lovecraft's mythos or vice versa? I don't think so. The reason for that is, though I'm not a Lovecraft expert by any means, but often the idea of Lovecraft was like a person who had like a lot of anxiety, like he feared a lot of things. Especially things that were different and kind of other people and so on. So he developed the idea in this state of mind, if that makes sense, that there are things outside the universe or inside the universe, but outside of our perception, that are so big and terrible in of themselves that just knowing the existence would kind of bring us to madness, if that makes sense. And the nameless things, I think not that. Like, they are not super. I know the idea, I can kind of see where this idea is coming from. But I don't think. I'm not even sure if Tolkien had any connections to Lovecraft in any form. I don't know. Because Lovecraft, when he was in his lifetime, he was, I think, pretty much ignored by most people. Like, he was not very famous. I think Lovecraft got more famous either very late in his life or after his death. So there's that. But I think the nameless things are just some kind of another mystery. Like, Tolkien sometimes puts these mysteries into his world, these enigmas like Tom Bombadil and so on, to give you something to think about, that kind of sticks out, that kind of gives you a mystery, pretends that the world is bigger than it maybe actually is in a way, though the world of Tolkien is pretty big, don't get me wrong here, but it's the same with the necromancer mentioned in The Hobbit. Like, at this time, I think it wasn't too fleshed out, but Tolkien gave you the idea there's more in this world that is beyond this. It's the same with the werewolves and some deserts that are mentioned in The Hobbit that never appear again. Something like this. And I think it's a similar trick Tolkien uses here with the nameless things, and it works and myself and other people still ask about the nameless things to this date because it's interesting. It's a mystery. It's what's going on with these entities that nobody, not even Sauron, knows they exist, and so on. So it's pretty cool. I know Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard were pen pals. You see a Lovecraft in Conan here. It's interesting. Do you think Aeglos, the Spear of Gil-galad, was presented somewhere in Imladris or Mithlond, like the shards of Narsil were? Yeah, I could imagine that. If it's, I'm not sure how the elven burial ideas work. I'm not even sure what they did with Gil-galad when he died. Potentially they took his body somewhere and buried it. Elendil's body was also buried at a secret place. And we know from, for example, Beren and Luthien, the story that Finrod, for example, was buried. Glorfindel also was buried, so elves also seem to bury their dead. Maybe they also bury it with a weapon or so. It's a possibility. I think it's not really implied, so the possibility is there, but to my knowledge, there's no definitely, but you also implied in your question, what do I think? There's no definitive answer potentially to it. In my head, I think they buried it alongside with Gil-galad. So it's not shown, but I think it's also plausible to think that, like the shards of Narsil, it was also presented somewhere, as you say. I like, I think one of Feanor's kids refers to Thingol as dark elf in a disparaging way at one point. It might be actually true, yeah. I mean, there is the term Moriquendi, and the elves, that basically means dark elf, I guess. And the Sindar are Moriquendi, so there's that. Could the Balrog have taken control of the ring? That's a really good question. I think not more than also Gandalf could. He could get the ring, but then he would also become like a new Dark Lord. Same with the Balrogs. The Balrogs are a bit a strange kind. Like, we don't know much how, that sounds strange, intelligent they are, how big they would as entities, how big they think. In a way, they are just the soldiers of Morgoth, the most powerful soldiers, if that makes sense, that he had, but they were not schemers like Sauron was. Sauron was very different from a Balrog in a way. So I think the idea of the One Ring works more for those who think big, like Saruman, Gandalf, Sauron, and so on. And I'm not sure if the Balrog would establish a realm of their own. They never really tried that. They were just hiding and waiting for their master, if that makes sense. So I could imagine that Balrogs are soldiers far more devoted to their leader, to their general, to their, let's call it king, or whatever they saw in Morgoth there. And as a result, they might be less interested in an object like that. Only if it would help them bring back Morgoth or help Morgoth in a way. But so far, they were just hiding until potentially the end of the world or so. Yeah, Caranthia refers to Thingol as this dark elf in his caves. Yeah. I mean that he lives in this cave, also in the Menegros, as it's called. It's also already kind of, I guess, unusual for an elf. So it's interesting, yeah, that makes it even the extra bit of saltiness in there. Think big, you mean Sam, who could have become the greatest gardener of the world? Exactly. But for these mortal creatures, like the special case with the Balrog is that they are Maiar, so they are on the same power level to some degree as Sauron. Sam is not on the same power level, so he's just a mortal, and his will and power and mind is not able to confront the will of Sauron. As a result, he will always lose. Even if he takes the ring for himself, Sauron will take control over him and get the ring at some point and get the ring from him. It's different when Saruman or Gandalf would take the ring, because Sauron, they would just get too powerful and Sauron might not be able to take the ring from him. So Sam is more like, what do you call this? A carrier, somebody who transports something from A to B. Saruman would have been a replacement for Sauron. Though in the end, Sauron would potentially manipulated Saruman as well to do his will, if that makes sense. But it could also be that Sauron's will would vanish in a way, and Saruman's will would just be slightly different but similar, if you know what I mean. Like for Sam taking the ring, it would land at some point. Potentially, he would bring it to Sauron, if that makes sense, even if he does not want to. And for same, I guess, kind of for Gollum. Though Gollum is a very bad example here, if that makes sense. And yeah, Saruman would have become the next Dark Lord, or even Gandalf or Galadriel or whoever. Those big players would try to do good with it, but it would be corrupted in the way, because that's the nature of the ring, if that makes sense. And Sam would do the same until Sauron finds him. And then Sauron takes just the ring, because he's not powerful even with the ring. Why was Saruman so weak after the fall of Orthanc? How was he stabbed so easily? I mean, he was expelled. Oh, Ultimate Gamer, welcome, nice to see you. Saruman was expelled from the Order of the Istari. I think that had consequences. On top of that, he was still, like, that makes sense, he had to clothe himself in flesh, so he was still in the form of a wizard, of an Istari as well. He could have been stabbed in this form, and his spirit then was kind of banished. at least how I interpret this particular section in the book. Like, we can read that a wind came from the west and kind of blew him away, if that makes sense. And that definitely had something to do with this. I think after being expelled by Gandalf from the Order, he was in a way trapped in his form, even though he still had his voice and his power. And this potentially led to him being able to be stabbed that easily. I also assume what is the interesting point in this is, I assume Saruman thought he broke Grima so much that this would be impossible, and he simply, I guess, didn't think that Grima would ever do this. And he underestimated and did not foresee this to happen. And one could also say it was kind of his fate that this was happening as well, so multiple levels. So it's an interesting question, though, I have to admit. So the ring could not be destroyed willingly, so Isildur was not weak. I definitely say, yeah, it's like no mortal being could have simply destroyed the ring, not even Isildur. So we can't really blame him for failing to destroy the ring. In the film, though, it's a bit more dramatic. There, Elrond takes him to Mount Doom, and they stand in the fiery pits of Mount Doom, and they go this far. In the books, Círdan and Elrond suggest that he destroys the ring. He simply says no. They never go into the fires of Mount Doom. It's not that dramatic. He just says, "I keep the ring. It's mine. I want it. It's a heirloom and like a weregild," as he says it, for the death of his father and his brother. And it corrupted, or it led to his fate. Saruman seems to have lost his supernatural power, but he retained his human power, the power of his voice. Yeah, that is true. Like, the voice could not be taken from him, because he can still use it to convince Treebeard to let him free. But why didn't Gandalf the White say that the trio didn't have a weapon that could even hurt him? Because Gandalf the White was not Gandalf the Grey. Gandalf the White was kind of not like a much more empowered version of Gandalf the Grey. It was much closer to his actual form as a Maya, and hurting a Maya with a weapon, with a normal weapon, is very difficult. Of course, we know this is possible. Think of, for example, Fingolfin, also a very powerful and popular elf in a way, stabbed even like Morgoth, a Valar, once with a sword 7 times, and so on. So it is definitely possible to hurt those. Also, Sauron's finger was cut off by Isildur, or by the with Narsil and so on. So it is possible to do this. But I would say, like, a fully empowered Gandalf in his spirit being form, if that makes sense. No, they can't just hurt. And I mean, in a way, we could make the argument that Andúril could have maybe hurt Gandalf, because it is also like, when Narsil can hurt Sauron, why shouldn't it be able to hurt Gandalf? If that makes sense. But in a way, I would assume that Gandalf Gandalf the White is a very special case as well. Like, when Gwaihir transports him, it's said that his body is kind of transparent and light as a feather. So the body of Gandalf, the form of him, is very different. He died His physical form died, his spirit was returned, and this was done by Eru. So Gandalf might be even more powerful in his, if he would use his full power than he was even before. So in this case, it might be an even more special case than Saruman the White in comparison, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think if Saruman would be there as his Maya form, he also could not be stabbed so easily, I would assume. Because he's a spirit being in nature and doesn't need really a body. Especially with a simple knife. I think, yeah, that might have been possible. Yeah, that is also true. Like, Sauron put his power into a physical object, and also Morgoth did this. Just this object was bigger, he put it into the whole world. Also, Ultimate Gamer, how is everyone? Yeah, doing pretty well. Looking forward to eat something in a moment. I think this also makes like a difference if like Morgoth and Sauron are rebels in a way. Rebels against Eru, if that makes sense. While Gandalf is sent by Eru. That's like the most powerful entity in the universe that exists simply. As a result, there's for sure a difference in power. And the moment Saruman was abandoned, he was also like a rebel. He decided to, like, if he rebels like Saruman did, he noticed he kind of bound himself to Middle-earth, if that makes sense. He could not return to Aman like this. He knew this. He knew the consequences of what his treachery would have. I think this could also go into this direction. Chris, go eat, bother, don't let us latecomers keep you hostage. I mean, it's interesting to discuss this, so don't worry too much about this. Do you think the Balrogs put their power into their physical bodies in a similar way? That's, I guess, possible. I could imagine that because Balrogs are very focused on physical tasks, while Gandalf is more focused on doing wisdom, being advisor. We can find this information or this detail in the Silmarillion that Gandalf, like invisible, he sometimes watched over the elves. They didn't even know he was there, but they noticed that, or they wondered where this. Can't talk anymore. The phrase is simply where this wisdom in them suddenly came from, if that makes sense. Let me see if I find this, because this is in the Silmarillion. We only have to search for Olorin. There's a section that mentions Olorin. Wisest of the Maya was Olorin. He too dwelt in Lorien, not Lorien in Middle-earth, but Lorien in Aman. But his ways took him often to the house of Nienna, and of her he learned pity and patience. But of Olorin, that tale does not speak, for though he loved the elves, he walked among them unseen or in form as one of them, and they did not know whence came the fair visions or the promptings of wisdom that he put into their hearts. That's how Tolkien phrased it. Very nicely written. I also agree with the patch, Rob, so there's that. But it was a pretty fast answering question thing at the end, and we got like to 4 hours now. It's a good time to stop, else the stream is too long. How long was the last stream? 3 hours 39. So this is around about 4 hours. That's, I guess, a very good length for the stream to end. So I hope everybody here in chat enjoyed the stream. Maybe I have to start later next time again a bit, but that's why I started earlier today, so we had a little bit more time. I can now get something to eat, relax a little bit after this long answering session, and then go to bed. And then work on the Who is Elrond Part 10 video tomorrow, and hopefully get a lot of stuff done. In the meantime, of course, as always, huge shout outs to all the people supporting me in all the different ways. For example, if you are watching right now, you could already press the like button. That would be much appreciated. Further, you can also leave comments when this gets on as a VOD, maybe ask more questions, or if your question wasn't answered, feel free to post it in the comments. Maybe I can write you a short answer then there, because I never feel like I managed to answer all the questions. And so on. I'm also currently looking for the what's it called, the credits that I want to roll while talking. And now I just noticed that the credits are not there. The question is, why? No, I simply named it wrong. I usually put the credits, the date in the credits, and this date is wrong. That explains it. Okay, so let's push out the credits for now. Hit the like button, exactly. Yeah, and there is what is coming up on this channel. As said, last stream I said I would stream one more time this month. I did this here with this stream. Plan to do it on Thursday, but that it was not possible on Thursday, so I had to move it to Sunday. That's today, and we had a good stream, I think. So, like I said, I try to stream a bit more often here on the channel, do the classic lore question discussion, because I think people like the format here. Usually pretty positive. Yeah, shoutouts to all the people with also memberships here on this channel supporting it further, but I appreciate every like and comment and subscription, standard thing. Of course, you can also check my Twitch channel if you like video game stuff. I also have something planned, if that makes sense. For next week. So next week will in some shape or form be another stream. The question is, I've not fully planned how this will turn out, but it might be game related, or it is game related. A user here in my community is working on a video game, or worked on a video game in the writing department. It's a very small indie game though. And she asked me if I could maybe make a video for this. Maybe she also gave me some keys and so on that we could raffle here on a stream or in the videos. We have to see how we do this. But I would definitely like to help her out. And her indie game, and maybe, play this a little bit. So this might come up next week. I'm not sure if I do this here on this stream, because here I have a little bit more reach than I have on the gaming channel. Though, if you're interested in this, maybe let me know in the comments or so, or on the Discord. That might come up next week. Besides that, the Who is Elrond video part 10, I really try to get finished in the next couple of days. No promise, because those videos always take some time and additional research stuff has to be done here and there. But I try to finish that. That will be the prelude to The Hobbit. So it will cover Gandalf finding Dol Guldur, and also a lot of it will be discussing the Battle of Azanul Bizar and the battle, or the war between the dwarves and orcs. And then we have basically all the information we need to slowly discuss The Hobbit in context of Elrond. Look forward to that. Otaku Senpai, nice to see you. Naturally, I get up to find the stream still live, but ending. Welcome. Yeah, we are still live, but no, I'm definitely at the end. Very unfortunate. But yeah, the time zones are really a pain in this context always. Finding like the right time to stream. But yeah, that's basically it for the content. Next month, August, a lot of video game content might be there as well, because Baldur's Gate 3 comes out. I will look into this, I'm pretty sure. Later in August, another game comes out I'm interested in that is called Armored Core 6, new FromSoft game. The guys who make Dark Souls, I'm a huge Dark Souls, Elden Ring and so on fan. So if you're interested in video game stuff, there is a lot of gaming content, so there will be more stuff like that. Then I also plan to make a video about modifications of Cyberpunk that the modding community is doing. If you're interested in this, look out for that. I also want to do something like that. So August might be again quite game heavy, though I definitely try also to release the Who is Elrond video part 10 and maybe more. So there will be also lore streams. That's basically what's coming up on this channel. Been looking for a Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I'm as well. So very curious how this will turn out. Haven't played Baldur's Gate 2 like in 2 decades now. So it's a long time ago I played it the last time. But yeah, I would say enough talking, chat. End the stream. Check out all the stuff. I'm not even sure if I have like command for this here. Yeah, here you find all the links to the game channel, to Twitch and so on. Maybe check it out if you're into video games, and there might be more stuff here. So yeah, farewell everyone. I would say thank you people for watching, for your support, for your patience with me, and I would say see you people next time. Goodbye.